Let's start with the color overview. The system contains really two components. One is color and structure. There's about 18 colors and glaze paste and 5 structures in this system.
So there's really, within the colors, there's 3 different translucencies. The color system is set up in many ways very much like a normal layering ceramic system where we have opacious dentins, enamels, things of that nature. And the big differentiator between those materials is just the degree of opacity or translucency.
So we got the opacious colors. Mamelon is also opacious. Then we got the semi-translucent colors, which are halos. And the rest being high translucent colors. So again, there are 3 translucency levels, 6 opaque colors, 2 semi-translucent, and 10 high translucent colors. Total of 18 colors, 5 structures, and a glaze paste.
And then there's the structure material. And we're going to spend a little bit more time talking about structure later, but as you can see in this picture, we wanted a material that would allow us the ability to, by virtue of its name, create structure, create elements, 3-dimensional elements that we see in natural teeth. And we broke the structure material down into very similar to the colors in that we have some which are very translucent, like the window. The ghost would be more of a milky, higher value material, enamel, which is exactly what it sounds like, and ice and blush, a bluish and a pinkish color. And we'll show you a little bit more about what's unique about structure as we go forward. But first, we'll get into a little bit more detail about the colors and how we use them.
In this video, we're doing the initial mix of the Miyo translucent paste colors. Today we'll be using the Halo Autumn. You want to make sure you use a non-metallic spatula for mixing the Miyo materials, as it's thick and you'll get some metallic particles in your jar and your material if you use a metal spatula. So it's customary to see liquid in the jar when you open it up. You don't want to take any of this liquid out, and you want to start mixing it in with the silty material on the surface and then working down towards the thicker material on the bottom. The material will want to stick to your spatula, so you may want to wipe it off on the side of the jar to make it easier to mix. We want to make sure we get a homogeneous mix. So keep mixing it up, keep turning your jar until you get all the material incorporated and you get a homogeneous fluffy mix. It should be like a thick molasses mix. It should be able to string for about an inch or so and be easy for you to apply in this texture. Okay, in this video, let's talk about surface tension. In the past, I've talked to other people about surface tension and reducing it, but quite honestly, with the Miyo, the makeup of it allows it to work perfectly no matter what the surface. So we have 3 identical restorations here except for the fact of their surface. This is sandblasted A1 shaded zirconia. This is as sintered A1 shaded zirconia, and this is A1 shaded zirconia as sintered and polished. Now normally we would expect everything to ball up on this one, so let's take a look at the sandblasted one. And everybody says, well, you have to sandblast it. Okay, so all I'm going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to get just a little bit of liquid, the in-sync glaze liquid, and this is the in-sync glaze, and I can apply it very carefully to this tooth right here, and we'll see with the smallest amount of liquid I can get a nice even coat, and it doesn't ball up and it stays exactly where I put it, and we can see a nice line right here. Okay, so let's see how this shows up in here. See if I can get a better focus on this. Okay, so you say, well, that's in-sync glaze. So let's take some of the Miyo in the A range, the shade A. A little bit of liquid in my brush. This is the consistency just as it comes and strings out of the jar. So I'm going to take a little bit of this, and I'm going to carefully apply it to the other side of the tooth. And of course we would expect this to work well because this is a sandblasted tooth. And we see that it doesn't ball up. And as long as I'm delicate with it, gently, it goes on and it has its surface tension, and you can stroke it and you can get a nice line of application on this aspect as well. So this is a sandblasted tooth. But if we have a sandblasted tooth, that's a ringer. So I'm going to put this down here, and I'm going to take the polished tooth. So here we go with the polished zirconia, and we all know how slippery polished zirconia is. So now I'm going to take a little bit with a clean brush. I'm wiping off camera, and I want to get a little bit of in-sync glaze liquid and a little bit of the in-sync paste glaze, and I'm going to apply it to the right side of the tooth again. And lo and behold, look what we see. It lays very nicely, even on the polished zirconia. So you can see the nice application of the in-sync paste glaze. And you say, well, that's in-sync paste glaze. What about the Miyo? Well, we've engineered this to be the same way, so I'm going to get a little bit of the A range, or shade A, of the Miyo paste colors, and I'll apply it down the opposite side of the tooth. And this is what we would expect to ball up, because this is highly polished zirconia. I know because I highly polished it. I started off with one of those yellow diamond impregnated rubber wheels to polish it, and then I finished it off with diamond paste. All I did prior to this is make sure it was clean with some soap and water. And yet, we can see that the in-sync, or not the in-sync, but the Miyo shade A lays nice and flat on this surface as well. So any myths that I or anyone else had about the Miyo not being able to be applied to either sandblasted or standard or highly polished zirconia or Emax is not true. It will lay, as long as it's mixed up right, it'll lay nice and even on the surface of your restoration. So I hope this has been helpful. If you have any questions, please be sure to address us, and we'll take it up in the next video. This video is about the initial mixing of the Miyo structure material. In this case, we're opening a new bottle of Structure Ghost. The material, when you open it up, has a doughy, composite-like consistency to it. So what we need to do is we need to take and with a non-metallic spatula, in this case an agate spatula, mix it up and continually to push this material together and manipulate it until it becomes one solid homogeneous mass. This is called shear thinning. In this video, we speeded this process up, but it normally takes around 30 to 40 seconds to mash this together, and you'll see a slick surface to it, and it'll be easy to dispense in one homogeneous material. This video will deal with setting up your Miyo color palette. In previous videos, you've seen me use this little ceramic stain palette tray right here. But whether you use this or you use a nice piece of agate like I have here, or a glass slab, or even a ceramic tile from your local hardware store, any of them will work. We just want a non-porous surface. Okay, we want to make sure that when you set up your color palette that you have your materials already mixed. So in this instance right here, I got my in-sync glaze. We want to make sure that it has a nice stringy appearance to it. I like to label where I'm putting my materials. In a situation like this, I always use more glaze than anything else, so I make sure I have enough in there. So I have G for glaze, C for clementine, A for shade A. But in the agate right here, I've taken this and I have my glaze, my clementine, my shade A, storm, smoke, whatever I'm going to be doing. So in a situation like this, I've applied my glaze in here, my shade A. I'm going to put just about a small amount right here. And how much do I apply? Well, if we think about what we had in high school and grade school, we had our paper punch. And this is a paper punch dot right here, and I put just about that amount in, whether it's on my stain well or on my non-porous surface like my agate right here. I normally put about that much on. That's enough for about maybe 6 or 8 crowns. If you need more, you can put more in. If you obviously have a larger operation where you're doing lots and lots of crowns, you might fill your whole well up here. Personally, I would rather refill this well more times and have fresh material, because you're just going to find it works out to your advantage. So we always want to make sure that we have what we need here, and it's the right consistency. That's more important than how much you dispense. And we want to make sure that I have enough of the glaze liquid, because I'm going to use this as a release agent for my brush, and I'll normally put a couple drops in different wells, or if I was applying it to the non-porous surface here, I'd have at least 3 or 4 different dots across of liquid, so as one gets dirty, I can switch to another one. Another thing to consider is if you're going to be leaving this for a period of time, in a situation like this, I have something like an old plastic lid to something. I can put it on top to keep the dirt from coming out. But other than that, I would suggest that you put what you need for the day and you have it mixed. Always mixing is very important, because if you have any dark colors, you want to make sure that they're mixed up so that the colors and the ceramic particles are dispersed. If you have any dark pigment, like say in the smoke and the storm, where you might have some darker pigments, you want to make sure they're mixed up so that you don't have any clumping of color pigments. And some people say, well, I'm seeing a little, specks in there. That's normally just pigment that needs to be mixed up better. Miyo, proper drying, firing, and cooling considerations. Topics to include: low temperature and boiling point of liquids, conductivity of materials, pre-dry and closing time, heat or ramp rates, high temperature determinants, hold times at high temperature, and cooling considerations. Low temperature and boiling point of liquids. The liquid in Miyo and in-sync glaze liquid boils at between 200 and 220 Celsius, 392 to 428 Fahrenheit. Low temperature setting needs to be adjusted low enough for a particular oven to not boil any liquids prior to drying. Boiling causes pock marks, which look like pores, or internal bubbles in Miyo. Pre-dry time and closure times are very important for gentle drying. Distance from restorations to heat source and the angle are important to not dry too rapidly. Understanding how ovens heat and dry differently. If we look at this picture, we see a Dakima furnace on the left-hand side, and the distance between the top of the firing table and the entrance to the muffle or the heat chamber is roughly around 4 to 4.5 inches on most of your Dakimas. The Vita vacuum mat furnace on the far right has about the same distance, but the difference is with the Vita vacuum mat, unless you defeat it, a lot of times the lift will close anywhere between about 30 and 50% when you start the program. So you must know that either you have to lower the inside temperature to not overheat your material, or you have to defeat the initial closure and have it stay open for the 100%. This is available in your programs if you know how to adjust your programs. With the Ivoclar furnace, the old Ivoclar furnaces that are hinged in the back and close on an arc, the older ones open up further so that your heat source is not directly over the objects that you're firing. So this could affect your drying, and you may need to raise the temperature ever so slightly. On the newer versions of their furnaces, particularly the ones like I show here, it has an infrared eye sensor that measures the temperature at your object. So you would want to have a 450 low temperature on that, because if it's sensing it at the object, you want that to be somewhere between 200 and 220 Celsius. So know your type of furnace and know how it works with your specific materials. Conductivity of materials. This is an old slide I had from before. I was talking about how different materials react. We're concerned about the far right column, thermal conductivity. If we look at silver, gold, and gold alloy, they're all in the low 400s to 200 range, which means they heat up quickly and they cool off quickly. But if we look at the zirconia value in the lower right-hand corner, it's 2, which means it's going to be very slow to absorb heat, and once it gets hot, it's very slow to cool down. Lithium silicate and disilicate is even worse than the 2. It's around the 1, just slightly above 1 to around 1.5 range, but it's not as critical most times as zirconia because you don't get as many big, thick cross sections of units. Pre-dry and closing time. Pre-dry time is necessary to have the non-conductive framework absorb heat to gently start the drying process. Time required will depend upon 3 things: thickness of application of the in-sink paste glaze and the thickness of the Miyo. Thickness and or mass of the structure the material is applied to, and the angle and distance from the heating chamber. Closing time will depend upon mass of framework and its ability to absorb heat. So we have some suggestions in the little chart that is down at the bottom there. For a pre-dry time on singles and things like that, a 4-minute pre-dry with a 6-minute closure. The thicker the case you get, so we have thicker singles and 3-unit bridges, we're going to use something like a 5-minute pre-dry, another extra minute of dry, and about a 5-minute closure. When we start getting thicker, the heavier bridges with multiple ponics and things like that, a 6-minute pre-dry and a 6-minute closure. And then on your greatest mass cases, and you're all on 4 types for implants and tissue and things like that, start with around a 9-minute pre-dry to make sure that the thickest parts absorb the heat adequately, and then give it about a 9 to a 10-minute closure to ensure that the entire framework heats up to the start temperature furnace and it climbs with your furnace rate. Heat or ramp rates. Heat or ramp rates start at suggested 55 degrees Celsius a minute. This would be for smaller restorations, as shown on the quick start guide on the left. As stated below the chart in the important notation, larger cases with more mass or cross-section thickness will need a slower heat rates to allow homogeneous heat up at a rate that is consistent with a porcelain oven. Using rates that are too fast that is for the larger mass cases, can result in inconsistent results that may include blotchiness, opacity of color, pitting of the surface, and in extreme cases, latent cracking of parent material. This is a zirconia issue and caused by poor conductivity. So we'll suggest some things here. Singles, 55 degrees Celsius a minute. Larger singles or small bridges in the neighborhood of 45 degrees Celsius a minute. Your larger bridges, 40 degrees Celsius a minute. And your largest bridges or your cases all on 4 tissue flange, somewhere in the neighborhood of around 30 to 35 degrees Celsius a minute. Note, care should be given to use slower cooling on these larger mass cases as well, understanding that you can cool too fast, but not too slow. High temperature determinants. The quick start guide to the left is a starting suggestion. This works in specific situations with certain ovens. Your situation may have different variables. Miyo colors and in-sync glazes. The Miyo colors and in-sync glazes have a wide tolerable range of working temperatures. While they will work at 720 Celsius, they will also fire acceptably up to the low 800 degrees Celsius range with no ill effects. They are color stable. Thinner applications can exhibit a satin-like appearance when fired lower, so firing higher gives them better maturity. While thicker applications fire glassy when fired too high, they can be fired in the 720 Celsius range and look better. Specific situations require an adaptation of technique. The large mass cases will hold heat longer due to their poor conductivity. This will have a similar effect as a higher high temperature. It may be prudent on the largest cases to slightly lower your high temperatures. For the Miyo structure materials. Miyo structure materials fire easily at 720 Celsius, but many ovens will fire to a smooth finish at that temperature with a 1-minute hold. If detailed surface texture is to be retained, many ovens give good results in the 710 Celsius range, and hold times of 30 to 45 seconds are quite normal. Remember, the largest mass cases will retain heat and may require lowering the high temp slightly, around 5 degrees or slightly more. Subsequent fires, if necessary, will utilize the same high temperature, just shortening the hold time. Hold times at high temperature. Miyo colors and in-sync glaze can easily handle hold times of 1 minute at high temperature, even with repeated bakes. Miyo structure may need to have hold times of less than a minute depending upon what level of surface texture needs to be maintained. This is affected by mass of restoration. This is affected by repeat structure bakes. Less hold time on subsequent bakes. Cooling considerations. Cooling is entirely dictated by the parent material, the framework, and its mass. The larger the mass, the more slowly it needs to be cooled when using a poor conductor like zirconia. If the case is a mixture of smaller abutments and larger ponics, thin to thick, the ponics will dictate the slowness of cooling due to their larger mass. Cases that have been cooled too quickly cool under tension. There is no statute of limitations in chemistry and physics, and a case can potentially crack at any time in the future. There are no real steadfast rules for cooling due to the complexities of the many variables associated with dimensions, varying thicknesses, and chemistries of different materials like zirconia and lithium silicates and disilicates. Some starting points to consider and use common sense with in your smaller units and your thinner units: 2 to 3 minutes of cooling. Larger, thicker units and small 3-unit bridges, 4 to 6 minutes. Firing tray full of smaller to medium units, 4 to 6 minutes. Firing tray full of medium to larger single units, 6 to 8 minutes. Medium to heavy splints or bridge work with ponics of up to 5 to 6 units, around 8 to 10 minutes. Larger splints and bridge work with heavy ponics, around 6 to 10 units. Think about 10 to 12 minutes. And for your full arch cases, your all-on-4 implant cases, or your larger cases with tissue area that have great mass, 14 to 18 plus minutes. Remember, you don't want to rush your cooling. Oven operation variables affecting high temperature and hold time plus cooling time. Maturity of Miyo is a function of temperature and time. For your temperature considerations, larger mass zirconia cases need to be heated slower due to their poor conductivity and will absorb more heat due to the slower climb. These same cases will retain heat much longer due to the poor conductivity. Time. Different makes of ovens have different long-term cooling systems. Some cool gradually, while some cool much more slowly due to the process. With substantially delayed cooling, the high temperature may need to be adjusted lower, with little or no need for a high temperature hold. This is the largest cases with the most mass. Remember, some ovens incrementally open in the long-term cooling. Some leave the door closed and go all the way down to the low temperature and then open up quickly. And some use a variation of those two techniques. You must learn how your furnace cools down, because this will not only affect your zirconia, but it will affect your high temperature, because if it stays closed a lot longer, it's the same thing as cooking it a little bit more. Thank you. Please visit our other educational resources, and we appreciate your business and welcome your feedback. Okay, in this video, we're going to talk about adjusting the color on your restoration to get the desired effect. What we have here is basically an A1 shaded zirconia anterior restoration. So what I normally do is I'll take a little bit of the in-sync liquid, the glaze paste liquid. I'll take a little bit of the glaze paste. Now on this restoration, I'll just glide a simple light film down the tooth. And you want to have just enough liquid to let it slide off your brush. And there we have our light in-sync paste glaze application. I'll get my stain brush. If I want to get something like an A1 and I want to have it look just a little bit more enhanced in the cervical area than it already is, this is the shade A straight out of the jar. When it's mixed properly, it has a nice little string to it. So what I'll do is just get a little bit of my liquid, and just by the simple brush technique like we're used to with our current stain and glaze techniques, I can add just a little bit with a brushing technique and get it right where I want it. Okay, so we see it's warming up there in the cervical, and it's getting that A range look to it. And this is just like we're used to doing with our current stain and glaze technique. So here we have it looking very similar. No adjustment in our technique, just a little bit of dragging. But let's say we get something that's undershaded, under chroma from our sintering department, and we want it to look more like an A3, but it started out as an A1. Simple. We're just going to get our Miyo again, our shade A, get a little bit of liquid in the brush so it'll come off. I get a little bit more material on my brush right now, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the dab and drag technique. So I'm going to dab it on, and drag it down the tooth. And the nice thing about the Miyo is it's translucent, so it'll look like you started off with a tooth this shade. It'll bake nice and translucent, and this material bakes very, very true to the application. So what you see will be what you get post-firing. So here we see it going from an A1 to an A3. So the same tooth, closer to an A3 right here, closer to an A1 right here. What you see is what you get, and what you get is a translucent bake that looks just like the tooth was originally shaded that color. This video will demonstrate the simple Miyo color application to a zirconia crown. We have our central here. It does not have to be sandblasted. It can be just cleaned. Your hands should be clean. And I have my Miyo colors laid out. I have my clementine, my shade A, my smoke, and my lumen. Some in-sync paste glaze in the right well, and some in-sync glaze liquid in the small well there. I have my consistency so that it's easy to apply. You see how nice it strings right there? And the next thing I'm going to do is take some of my in-sync paste glaze. I'll thin it just slightly with a little bit of liquid so it comes off the brush easily. And I'll apply it to my restoration all over the restoration. We do this for two reasons. First, to determine the true shade that we're starting with because of the refractive index of the paste glaze and the liquid. And secondly, the Miyo is self-glazing, but if there's any parts of the restoration that are not covered by the Miyo, this will allow the restoration to be glazed in one shot when we're firing the Miyo colors. So we want to make sure that we have the paste glaze, a thin, wet-looking coat, just thin enough so that it doesn't look pasty or gritty when it goes on the restoration, because we have to have a little bit so that we get a good glaze in case we don't have any Miyo colors. I like to use a slightly bigger brush for applying the paste glaze because it makes it faster. This normally takes about 8 to 10 seconds of restoration just to apply this thin layer. It should look like a nice wet sheen on the surface. Okay, you'll see me adding a little bit of the in-sync glaze liquid to the brush. This is simply to allow the Miyo color to flow off the brush. There's two techniques for applying the color. One is a simple brushing technique like you see me using here, and this is to allow a gradient, a thin application for just enhancing the color slightly, where we need just a thin film that enhances the shade that's already there. There's another way we can add color, and that's the dab and drag technique, which you'll see me use later, which is where you get a little bit more on the tip of your brush. You apply it and you kind of vibrate and dab it and drag it, and it allows more color to remain on the surface. And this is how you would take something like an A1 and jump it up to an A3. If you apply it thinly like staining, then you won't have the intensity of chroma that you need. So I'll use a little bit of dab and drag with a clementine that I'll use for a root section here. Still a very translucent material, but we're going to apply it just a little bit thicker so that we get the enhancement of that kind of orangish brown color that we see from some roots. While the clementine is good for that, we also find that the straw and the lotus, straw being more of a yellow color and lotus being more of a pinkish color like we see in some root sections of teeth. But in a lot of cases the clementine is very pleasing and it's translucent. The nice thing about the Miyo is that it fires just as you see it when you apply it, so you know the intensity of the final result before it's even fired. So you see me using some clementine on the lingual aspect of this restoration to make it look like a Denton show-through. Just to give it more of a three-dimensional effect. You don't have to do this, but it's a nice little effect. Okay, I get a little bit of liquid in the brush, and I'm going to go for the smoke, which is a purple gray. If I want to lower the value of the brightness of some of the zirconia, because sometimes zirconias can be bright, this smoke will give you the illusion of depth, and it will slightly lower the value. So we see where it dropped the brightness a little bit right there, and I used the simple brushing technique for this. Now the lumen is a translucent white, and I'm not using this to make a halo in this case. I'm just accentuating the value. If you want to apply halo, we have halo materials like the Halo Spring, which is a light yellow, and the Halo Autumn, which is a very, very light brown. So I'm just using this to accentuate value. On my marginal ridges on the lingual tooth, you see this is the dab and drag technique, where I got a little bit more material, and you can see it's raising the value of the marginal ridges. I'll also use it on the cingulum and on the incisal edge. Again, this is not trying to be a halo as much as I'm using it to gently raise value. The nice thing about the lumen is it's not super opaque like we see with white stains. This is a very translucent whitish color, and all it does is accentuate the value. Kind of like I'm framing the smoke that I applied. You can see the values a little higher. So I have the clementine, the A range, a little lumen, and I put some smoke in there to lower the value. So all in all, it's a very translucent look, and you see what it's going to look like before it's fired. I'll also show you this tooth after it's fired. Okay, here it is after firing. You see the clementine in the root section, you see the shade A range, and you see a little bit of the lumen highlighting the value around the incisal edge and the marginal ridges, and you see the cingulum is a little bit brighter. So all in all, for very little effort, you get a very custom looking shade that's translucent. Thank you. This video is about changing color, and we're going to do that by way of value. And we're going to use the Miyo Color Lumen, which is a translucent white material. So we're going to raise the value, which will make effectively an A3 look like an A2, or an A2 look like an A1, or a B3 look like a B2. It's easy to do one shade value change per application, and if you get very skilled, you'll be able to do more than that. So what we have here is a tooth that looks basically like somewhere between, say, an A2 and an A2.2, something like that. It's just a little bit more than an A2, but we want to try to get it down to, say, maybe an A1. So there we have our restoration. We want to get it down to this color right here. So what we're going to do first is we're going to put a slight coat of the in-sync paste glaze, thin down so we can see the true color of the tooth. So I have some in-sync glaze in this well here and some liquid right there. So I'll get a little bit of the liquid on the brush, a little bit of the glaze paste, and I'm going to apply it to the tooth. When you get it thinned down just right, it should lay and be nice and smooth and not look gritty or pasty. So we see that on our tooth right here now. Again, we look at it, and it is very close to an A2. So to make it into an A1, I'm going to use a slightly smaller brush just because it's comfortable for me. And I'm going to get a little glaze liquid on it, and I'm going to pick up the lumen. Again, the lumen is a very translucent white, and this is the way that we can adjust our value. So I'm going to put it on the mesial part of this tooth, and we're going to use the dab and drag technique. So you can see I have a little bit on my brush right here on the tip of it, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to dab it on the surface. I'm not trying to stroke it through the paste glaze. I'm going to dab it on and kind of tease it and drag it down. And I'm using a slight vibrating motion to get it to come off the brush, which is the dabbing. And we should get a filter of white, very translucent, no granularity to it. So we will raise the value and lessen the impact of the chroma. So I don't know if you can see that in the picture, but it is whiter. Let's hold up the A1 next to it. And we see that the mesial half of that tooth, if we want it even whiter, we can get a little bit more of the translucent lumen material. And again, dabbing it. Not trying to stroke it on, but just trying to spread it out. And then wherever we need to manipulate it to make it look uniform, that's what we'll do. And again, I can hold the A1 right next to it. And we see now, if the angle's correct in the picture, you should have a nice rendition of what your A2.2 or whatever to an A1 looks like. Again, we can take our A3 tab and we can make it look like an A2. So we'll just take a little bit of the glaze paste that I still have in my brush here. And applying this first allows you to smoothly float on the lumen material. So here's my A3 tab with the glaze paste. And now I'm going to get a little liquid on my brush. I'm going to pick up a little bit of the lumen and I'm going to dab it on the surface and then drag it down. And by virtue of the way the Miyo bakes, when you apply it, it will bake and fire and look exactly as application. So here's an A3 with the lumen dabbed on the surface and gently moved about with the brush tip with a slight vibrating motion. And we see that we have it even further down than an A2. And by virtue of thickness, I was able to bring it down close to an A1. If I want to make it an A1, it's just simply the addition of a little bit more material floated in. And float's a really good word because we're not trying to stroke it on the surface and make it thicker. And unlike stains, that if you add too much, it looks pasty, this will just look like a translucent veil, like the tooth was built up with a translucent material. So here we are again with our A1, and you can see the value is right at there where an A1 is. So it's as simple as dab and drag and look and see, because what you see is what you'll get after it's fired. This video will be about the use of the Miyo translucent shade colors, shade A, shade B, shade C, shade D. And as you can see, I have them laid out on the little palette right here. The A is more of an orange range, the B is more in the yellow range, C range is a yellow gray, and the D range is a brown gray. So these are very translucent colors, and like with the entire Miyo line, what you see is what you get. So if we want to take something like an A1 and we want to make it an A2 or an A3, let's say you get something that's not exactly what you want, we'll go through the same steps as we always do, where we'll get a little bit of the glaze paste and apply on the tooth. And we can use the dab and drag technique to apply this. So a little bit of glaze liquid on my stain brush. And again, very, very easy to do. If we want to make it something like an A2 or an A3, we can just dab it and drag it. It's very, very easy to go up one or two shades, very, very easy. And again, dab it, and then lightly drag it, and you will get that translucent effect. So we'll see in this tooth right here, on the distal half of it, we've got a lot more chroma. I'll try to zoom in on that. And we can see, we look at something like that, we're almost up in the A35 range with this tooth right here. Very, very easy to use. Just to show you, we can do the same thing with the B range, taking a B1, and again, apply a little glazed paste to it. Very easy to do. Just make sure you have a nice even coat of the glazed paste, thin down so it doesn't leave a gritty surface. On your sintered zirconia, this will show you what you have. Clean out my brush here, get a little glazed liquid on it, and again I'll go to the B range and I will dab and drag. The trick is not to try to disturb or go through the glazed surface, but to float it right on the surface of your glazed paste application. So we should be able to see here where we have, moving my tray here, where we have applied it, and I'm making a B1 just about into a B3. So we can take this and look at our B3 tab. And again, we're getting right at the B3 chroma here. So very, very easy to use these materials right here. I think you'll be very happy with the results you get. Again, this is the Miyo translucent shades A through D. And what you see is what you get. This will be just a quick little video to talk about applying the halos. There's two halos in the Miyo kit. One is the spring, which is a kind of a pastel, peachy kind of yellow, and the other is autumn, which is, think of autumn leaves or chocolate milk. It's a light brown and a light pastel yellowish orange. For the purposes of this video, I'm going to show the autumn though, because it'll show up better. So this is restoration I previously did, where I have the storm and I have some mamelons, and now we're going to put on the halo. So I'll get just a little bit of liquid on my brush. I've previously already put down the paste glaze. So all I'm going to do is pick up, this is the consistency it should be right out of the bottle. And I'm going to get just a little bit of it, and I'm going to just drizzle it across the surface of the incisal edge. And I usually apply it just past the proximal. And it'll flow right off your brush and give it kind of a glow. It's a semi-translucent material. And particularly if you have the storm or the smoke underneath, it really does a nice job. Now, because the halos tend to go up in the mamelons, a lot of times what I'll do is I'll take just a little bit of my halo material and just poke it gently where the mamelon fingers tend to dip. Just like that. And it really couldn't be much easier than that. And you know exactly what it's going to look like when it finishes, because it's Miyo. What you see is what you get. Let's make life simple for technicians. This video will discuss the translucent Miyo colors of Smoke and Storm. And these are very useful materials. They both lower value. Of the two, the Smoke is kind of a violet gray and purple gray, and the Storm is kind of a blue-black or a blue-gray. The Storm tends to be much more intense than the Smoke. The Smoke is great for lowering value. This is great for simulating translucent, like in proximal and incisal edge translucency, or in the translucent window under a halo and an incisal edge. That's great for Storm. Nice thing about that is, as intense as these are, you're able to accomplish your goal with very, very minimal dimension. And of course, this is the glaze paste right here. Now, I talk about adding the glaze paste as a base to our restorations before we start, and we always want a consistency that is something like this, where it strings when we pull it, and this is how I have it coming out of the jar. But when I want to apply my initial layer on the restoration, I want to make sure I get a little bit, this is the same consistency right here, just a little different pile. So I'm going to get a little bit of the Instinct Glaze liquid, and I'm going to mix it up and make it just a little bit thinner than it is here and in its virgin state as it comes from the jar. So this is going to be just a little bit thinner, a lot like a paint, like model airplane paint. So it'll just make it go on a lot faster, a lot smoother, and make our life a lot easier. So for a restoration, now that I've shown these, I'm going to get this in focus here for this restoration here. Hopefully. Okay. And when we have a restoration like this, what I want to do is take and apply a little bit of this paste glaze. So I'll get a little bit of liquid in my brush, a little bit of this thin material, and real briefly go over the surface in quick strokes. And you see, because the material is such a nice texture, it goes on, and you don't have to worry about surface tension or anything like that. So I'm just getting a thin coat on. And if I want to simulate the incisal edge translucency, anything like that, let me readjust my hands here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply it to this tooth right here. And again, let me see if I get this in better. Okay, so all I want to do is get a little bit of liquid on my brush, and this is not to dilute as much as to act as a release agent. Since you're not going to have any shrinkage, I can pick up just a little bit of this material, and if you see me go off screen a lot of times, what I'm actually doing is putting a little bit on my thumbnail so I can pick up a little bit and have it as much as I want on my brush. So again, I'll wipe it here, get it to a little point. Get a little on my thumbnail here. And I'm going to be applying it to the tooth exactly where I want it to be in its final firing. And with a little bit of the paste glaze that we have on this, we're going to find it'll glide right off the brush. And this is another reason why we want to have it a little bit of the paste glaze on the tooth, is because it'll flow right off the brush tip and flow right on the restoration. And so I get my consistency and my viscosity exactly where I want it, so it'll flow. You know, this is the hardest thing to teach people, but honestly, it's like riding a bicycle. Once you get it and you feel it flowing off the brush, your life will be so much easier. And I'm not going to lie to you, it might take you a couple times to do it, but honestly, once you see it and once you feel it, you'll know exactly what it is. And again, just very little bit right here, put it exactly where I want it, and get it exactly the way you want it to look, because it's going to fire exactly the way you apply it to the tooth. So here we have the Storm very, very thin dimension, thinner than model airplane paint, and I get my effect exactly how I want it, and I'm finished right there. Now, could we do this with the smoke? Absolutely. But the smoke is good for, as a ceramist, if you ever used violet, the smoke is even more forgiving than a violet color. So let's take a look at what we do with smoke, and I'll put down that restoration. And what I have here is a restoration that's already been done with Miyo. And it's nice and high value, very bright, almost too bright, let's say. Let's say that in the incisal third, I have it too bright for what I actually want to show. Well, if that's the case, again, I can get a little bit of liquid in my brush, so it'll act as a release agent. I can pick up a little bit of my smoke, and again, I'll put it on my thumbnail so I can pick up as little or as much as I want and have it like an extra palette with a little bit of liquid right here. So here is the thumbnail palette. And what I'm going to do is just pick a little bit up on the brush, and in this area right here, I want to lower that value of that area, so what I can do is just lightly stroke down with the brush, get a little bit of liquid on the brush so it'll flow off and act as a release agent. And just by adding little bits of the smoke and lightly feathering it in, I'm going to lower the value so I don't get a headlight bright white effect on my incisal edge. So if you want to simulate depth and enamel translucency on posteriors, you can add it just under the cuss tips and feather it down towards the transition between enamel and dentin, and you can lower the value and make the tooth look deeper there. Particularly like we see in a lot of zirconia where it gets a little bit on the bright side. If your zirconia as centered is too bright, take some of your smoke here, apply it on the tooth. If you need more, you can always dab it in a little heavier and then feather it out with a little bit of liquid. And what you see is what you get. For a production lab, or for even your small boutique lab, this is a great way to tone down those occlusal tables or those bright incisals. And it's a lot easier because you know exactly what it's going to look like, and it's going to fire to a glaze. This video will talk about the use of the mamelon colors. We have wheat, we have coral, we have pumpkin. The wheat is kind of it's like a straw color. Straw, if you remember, in the colors that we had for the translucent neck colors and things like that. And then coral is kind of a peachy color, and pumpkin is kind of like a burnt orange, a little bit like clementine, but these colors tend to be a little bit more opacious than those other colors. While still translucent, they have a little bit more opacity. And they're going to be used in conjunction with the smoke and the storm. Because generally, if we're going to have these, we're also going to have some translucency and proximal things like that. So I'm going to show all these together. So the first thing we always do is we take our tooth, and we're going to put on a very thin layer of the glaze paste. So we have a layer to float it on. Pardon me, a little bit of dirt there. No lab's complete without a little bit of dirt, right? So I have a thin coat of the glaze paste material. That gives me my canvas, and I know what my restoration is going to look like. Okay, in a situation where I'm going to have proximal translucency, then I would want to put that on first as a rule, because it's going to frame everything else. So I tend to use the storm because the storm is dramatic, but you have to use so little of it. We're going to float it on in very thin dimension. So generally you want your translucent window to only be about 1/2 millimeter beneath the incisal edge. So let's take a look at this. Okay, so once we've got it down there, if we're going to have mamelon fingers, they look better in contrast. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a few fingers of the storm to frame it in. Get this to where it can be seen. So, generally I try to round these out so that they will frame in the mamelons. If you're using the storm and you see some darker specks, that's where the color pigments have stuck together. It just needs to be mixed a little better. If I'm in the middle doing a crown, I just pick them out. Okay, now I'm going to get a little bit of my mamelon, and you don't have to be afraid of using these because they are very intense colors. But the nice thing is because you know what you're going to get, what I'm going to do is just pick up a little bit. This is the coral, this is the peach color. I'll just put a little bit on my thumbnail so I can pick it up easily. And I'll touch it to the surface of the tooth against one of those storm fingers, vibrate it, and pull it. Then I can take a little bit of glaze liquid, making sure my brush is clean. And with a little glaze liquid, I can float it over and get the color right where I want. Okay, we'll see how that shows up. And next I'll take some pumpkin. Pumpkin is the most chromatic of the colors, being a bright burnt orange kind of color. And I'll pick it up, I'll place it on the tooth, push it, vibrate it, and pull it down. And get the piece of lint out of there. So, you don't have to worry about these being too strong because you're going to see what they look like before they fire. So all you have to do on the tooth is to kind of pull it and fade it out if it's too intense. This will be just like the color rods that you see in your shade guides, and they're not too intense. I can get one of the wheat, which is the faintest, and again I'll apply it and I'll pull it. So here we have 3 different colors, which you would probably never do on the same tooth, but you have them applied. If you want to accentuate them again a little bit more, I'll get just a little bit of smoke right here. Let's see if I can get this better in focus for you. And there we go. So this is very easy to do, and the nice thing about this material again is you see what it's going to look like before you ever fire it. If it's too intense, you just take your brush and you wipe it off. This video will talk about using the Miyo colors Straw, Lotus, Clementine, and a little bit of Fisher to enhance posterior restorations. It's the same technique as for anteriors, but just discussing it in regards to posteriors. So first thing I'm going to do, as normal, I'm going to apply just a little bit of the paste glaze to the surface to reduce surface tension and to show me what the tooth will look like once it's colored. A very thin coat. Remember, if it looks gritty, you applied it too thick. And you don't want to have it puddle on the occlusal table. So you want it just thick enough to lay like model airplane paint. Okay. So we can see we have the tooth set up here. First thing I'll do is, just like I did before on the anterior, I'll apply a little bit of a root section below the CEJ. So it should flow right off my brush, because I'm going to glide it right on. And what you see is what you get. So it's very easy to know how thick to put it on, because it's going to fire exactly the way it looks when you apply it. Remember, you can always stress up your lines, clean off your brush, wipe any overages. There's a little dab and drag. So we see our root section on the tooth. I can do it on the lingual too. Try to get it in our focus. So it really is just barely gliding it on. Once it touches the glaze, it'll flow right off the brush. The main thing is to have a very, very gentle touch, because we don't really want to disturb the glaze. We want to lay this right on the surface of it. Okay, so we've accomplished our light transition to a root section here. Straighten this out. Okay, so there's that. Now I'm going to do the occlusal table to give us the three-dimensional occlusal look. I like to use the Clementine, but the Lotus works well too. It just depends upon the color of the tooth. So I'll put this in the central sulcus very gently. You don't have to get a lot in there. A lot of times less is more. Okay, and now use the Fisher just for pit enhancement. And I got a little too much on, so I'll just take a little bit off. It really is easy to correct it if you get a little crazy. Okay, so now we have a three-dimensional occlusal table and our root section. And it really is that easy. It's Miyo. It fires just like it looks when you apply it. So the results should always be good.
One-shot technique using Miyo system. First, it's important to apply a very thin layer of glaze liquid to break the surface tension and for the colors to flow easier. Translucent clementine was used for the chroma near the gingiva region. All translucent bottles in Miyo adds color and translucency without altering any value. Translucent straw is applied for the body 1/3. Avoid brush strokes at all times. The most optimal way of applying colors from Miyo is to dab and drag, like opaque application. Here's a quick tip on shade taking. When you check for shade using tabs, make sure you look from all angles of the tab to avoid optical illusions for the target shade. Now translucent storm is applied for the incisal 1/3. It's not about the intensity of the colors. Instead, it's all about contrast. Always think contrast when working with Miyo on your monolithic restoration. As you can see here, I dabbed the color to a nice gradient of a transition, creating an initial canvas before all the effects are applied. Check my target value once again in all angles. Now the real fun starts. Slightly intensify the mesial and the distal corners to mimic the transparent effect of a natural teeth. Mamelon coral is applied starting with the mesial lobe. As you can see, I'm constantly avoiding any kind of brush strokes. Float your colors on top. The beauty of Miyo is the fact that you have the freedom to move your colors on the wet surface without mixing them, or worrying about puddling after the firing cycle. You can start to see the color effects are now starting to come together and form a nice contrast, creating a layered look on a monolithic restoration. Here is Halo Spring to create my halo effect. The material itself will not mix unless you intentionally do so. Halo usually wraps around the corners near the interproximal region. So dab and float your color around the corners. Use stained linen and snow to finalize all the effects, adding a stronger contrast to all the translucent colors that you applied. Here I'm using stained linen, creating my final illusion, making all the effects pop into three-dimensional look of a layered ceramic on the incisal 1/3 region. And some spots to create the stronger contrast. Stained snow is applied, which is pure white, create a value difference near the gingiva region to slightly bump up the contrast and value. I personally like to add some translucent bands or spots, but be careful not to go too intense. Being subtle is the most important thing next to contrast. Create a subtle barrier and add some spots to achieve the depth that you're looking for. Let's make sure that the entire surface is covered with the glaze medium, either Miyo or glaze paste. Then we fire. For added depth and translucency, we also have the option to use the hybrid technique, which is the spray glaze. The reason for spray glaze in one-shot technique is to avoid altering the position of all the colors and effects that are applied and have the glaze coating on top. Key to spray glaze is not to hit the restoration on your initial spray. Spray to the side and drag it across the restoration 2 to 4 times before firing. And here's the fired look. I hope all of you enjoyed that video. Now here's an extra segment to talk about our new, highly anticipated extension of translucent colors. Since the first clinical case with Miyo, we quickly realized that adding more translucent colors are very necessary. So we did. There are 6 more colors to the kit. The first 4 colors include translucent A, B, C, and D. We as technicians are very familiar with these colors, but never seen translucent ones. These are used to slightly correct or emphasize with added translucency, which makes these colors very unique. Then there is translucent smoke. Smoke is translucent violet. It's applied to decrease value just like our translucent storm. But smoke is softer compared to the storm. So it's not as intense as storm and it's much easier to apply correctly. Last but not least, we have translucent lumen. Lumen is really my favorite color from the kit. It's pure white but translucent. It's able to increase value with added translucency. Now let's quickly go over basic application using these new colors. The application method is practically identical to the previous video. Translucent A is applied on the body 1/3. Then cover the whole incisal 3rd region using translucent smoke. Here I intensify the mesial and the distal corners with translucent storm, but you can always stay with translucent smoke depending on the target color. Translucent lumen was applied on the area that needed some value enhancement. And then continue with the rest of the effects. Now here is the finished restoration. Thank you all for watching this video. This will be a short introduction of structure technique using Miyo system. It's very important to apply a thin layer of glaze liquid to allow the colors to flow and break the surface tension before any kind of application. Translucent clementine is applied in a dab and dragging motion near the gingiva region. Now this already creates a subtle contrast, almost making a brightening effect to the body 1/3 region. Translucent straw is applied. The application method is very close to paste opaque. Create that thickness with the material to have evenly colored zone. Always check your shade tab in all directions to eliminate possible optical illusions leading to a wrong target shade. Translucent storm is applied on the incisal 1/3 to create that low value canvas. Key to color application with Miyo is to really avoid having any kind of brush strokes on the surface. Always dab and drag the colorants. You could also create some subtle low value spots or bands according to what you see as your final target using translucent storm. Check the shade tabs again for target value before all the effects are applied. Now slightly intensify the mesial and the distal corners to mimic that transparent effect on natural teeth. Don't worry about puddling and spotting from all the color applications. This conventional issue we see today in monolithic restorations will be corrected with structural material and will add a blending effect of all colors, plus the scattering effect of a layered ceramic. Now here's mamelon coral. As you apply the mamelons, the layered look starts to really form. Starting off with mesial and the distal lobes, the mamelon structure on the mesial and the distal lobes usually looks similar to a reverse cone, and it's usually smooth in transition. The middle zone though are a bit of more of an irregular shape with same direction of the tooth. My halo effect is applied using halo spring in the Miyo system. To give you guys a small tip, halo usually follows the shape of the mamelons and wraps around the interproximal region. Dab and float the color to create the halo effect. After the halo effect is done, I will share a way to emphasize all the colors using stained linen and snow. Now fully taking advantage of contrast effects. Here I'm using stained linen to emphasize the contrast between the mamelons and the transparent corners. This starts to bring all the colors together on the incisal 3rd region. Diffuse and mix the colors on one side and create a subtle blend. This will give a nice overall illusion of a layered ceramic restoration. Also add some spots for a stronger contrast. Creating a value difference near the border of gingiva 3rd and body 3rd region to slightly bump up the contrast and value. You can also add some translucent bands or spots, but be careful not to go too intense. Being subtle is the most important thing next to contrast. Create that subtle barrier and add spots to achieve the depth that you're looking for. You can also add crack lines with ease without mixing colors. All the extra colors are added with contrast effects in mind. Once all the colors and effects are applied, I will set the stains here and fire to prepare for my structure material to go on top. I like to fire about 60 to 100 degrees lower to shorten the firing cycle to simply set the colors. Before the actual structure application, a very thin layer of glaze liquid is applied before the structure to help the material flow and adapt to the surface better. Make sure you mix very well and flatten the material out on your palette to create a homogeneous mixture. This material is very new and very different from what we've been seeing so far. So I believe it's very important to apply correctly as introduced in this video. On the brighter side though, the learning curve is drastically cut down compared to a normal layering material. Apply structure window starting with mesial and the distal lobes, and then the middle. Spread them evenly. Try to create the same thickness on the whole labial surface and create your final form with your brush here. Spend some time here since there is no need for grinding after it's fired. Structure material will glaze with every bake. Now I can't forget to mention the freedom Miyo brings. You can grind on it like a traditional ceramic restorations if you want. You could fire it as many times as you want without altering final color and value. For your information, the material does shrink since it's ceramic based material, but the shrinkage is hyper minimal due to a very compact material, which brings all the advantages of a traditional ceramic into your monolithic restorations. As you see here, all my final form and surface texture will be formed prior to my structure firing cycle. You never have to worry about moisture control with Miyo. You can even have the material out in the open for several days and the moisture will still be apparent. Onto my final stage before firing my structure material. I usually flatten out my brush like a fan and create my final texture, my fine texture like your paracamata. If you're not happy with it, you can simply condense the material and start over again. To make my fine texture ever so slightly go over the surface to create your paracamata. Then I would add my incisal edge to mimic the adjacent tooth and add some sharp corners and the correct stop on the incisal edge. Once I'm done with my final form and my final texture, I fire the restoration. After it's fired, you can clearly see the blending and the scattering effect created from the structure material and the correct reflection and texture I'm looking for without a touch of a diamond burr. Really, our imagination is the only limit with Miyo system. Welcome to Miyo.
So we all know going darker in color is pretty common in our practice, everyday practice in our labs. But how about going brighter in value? Now we really have a solution in just a bottle. And here is translucent lumen.
So going brighter is something that's always escaped us. And one of the issues with going brighter is when we get a restoration, there's too much color or the value's too low. Traditionally we have to grind back the surface and then add a whiter, more opaque material to kind of mask everything underneath and bring the whiter, higher value into play. The problem with that is it almost always results in a more opaque, deader looking restoration. So our goal with Miyo was to create something where we get that white, bright effect without adding opacity.
And even going high translucent with added color. And now you could see the crown on the left was about 83.5. And using lumen, we were able to raise the value without compensation and opacity. To describe the characteristics of lumen, Don, you really said it the best. When you look at a cloud from far away, it's white and high value. But when you get close, all it is just vapor. And this describes lumen as white, but also high in translucency.
When you compare those two, you see that the shift in value is there. It goes from high chroma to lighter chroma. Maybe, I don't know if it's an A1 or an A2, but you clearly see the shift.
So here's a short video of lumen application, and it's really my personal favorite color. And in this video, we will demonstrate the ability of this color as just as we described. Again, take a look at the application method. I'm putting the glaze paste just like the previous video. So my target shade is a one full shade brighter, which is an 0-3 from an A1 restoration. And again, I'm floating the color on top of the existing glaze paste. And you can see I'm just moving the colors around. It's very flexible. It's very elastic, almost like a latex paint, just like what Don described. What I'm doing here, I'm just moving the color around. I'm making sure what I see is an even distribution of color on the surface of the zirconia. So it's really like a paste opaque application, but it's in translucent colors. And as I go, I verify with the shade tabs. And I will continue to move the colors around, apply a little bit more. And as soon as I'm happy with the body shade, I would move on with the incisal 1/3 again with the storm. It's smoke. And it's a subtle, smoke is more of a subtle color. It's more of a gray violet. And it's a little bit more user-friendly. And here is the halo application, highlighting all the colors together, bringing all the colors together. And again, I'm floating the halo right on top of all the wet colors. Okay. And then verify with the shade tab before firing. Just the final little touches and after firing.
What would you say the overall thickness is, James? It's like less than 1/10 of a millimeter?
Yeah, really less than 0.1. And here is the shade tab next to it. Okay. So of course, we cannot forget to mention about dropping value. And to drop value, there's two colors in the system, which is smoke and storm. Smoke, like I mentioned previously, it's a gray violet. It's very subtle. It's user-friendly. And storm is intense blue. So I usually use the storm on the corners to mimic that transparency of the natural enamel. There's a couple videos that we want to show, and this video will really demonstrate floating color on top of color. And whatever you see here before firing, you will get with Miyo system.
So I think it's, the concept of floating color on color is really an important characteristic of this material, James. I mean, what you're going to see James doing here, I mean, right now you've got your A shade in the body, you've laid down your canvas in the incisal 1/3 with the smoke. This is all wet. And now you're applying your mamelons directly over a wet canvas of gray of the smoke color.
Yep. And I intensify the corners with the storm, and I'm just moving the colors around and shaping it the way I think it makes sense.
So that very unique characteristic. The viscosity of the material is such that you can literally lay layer upon layer upon layer of color. And the beauty of that is that you can create an entire application of effects in just one shot, and be able to see everything that you want to see before you fire it. And we'll talk a little bit later on about, we'll demonstrate the what you see is what you get concept, but floating color on top of color is one of the most critical and one of the key characteristics of the Miyo system.
So here I have about 6 colors, and now I'm applying the halo before I finish the restoration. And as you can see, I float the color, and some areas I would blend it with the existing colors, and some areas I would leave it sharp.
So here you're just applying a more opaque halo material directly over the more translucent storm blue and the
existing mamelon colors as well.
Right.
So the ultimate example of floating color on top of color is when you're making fine details like the crack lines. And as you can see here, I just put a bed of color, and I'm going to start to move the color around and shape the crack line the way I think it makes sense.
So these colors don't mix. You can apply, as I said, color on top of color. But when you want to mix them, as you see James doing here, it's very easy to do.
And whatever you see, wherever you put it, it stays there, which is a very nice characteristics.
Yeah, when people use the Miyo for the first time, especially the colors, one of the things they always comment about is it doesn't collect at the margins. It doesn't run. It doesn't puddle. It doesn't start to gather, run away from the surface and gather in certain areas like a stain or a glaze would do.
Yep, so now I'm just putting the final details, a little bit that extra of effects that will create a little bit more of a contrast. I'm just putting the final touches.
And again, all of this is wet.
All of it is
Nothing
wet.
has been fired yet.
And putting crack lines on top of all the wet colors is really easy now without puddling, right? And here you see the starting point of this slide. The starting point was the unshaded, high translucent zirconia, the photo on the right. And photo on the left is about 10 colors I put on, and all wet, all with one shot with colors.
So that bridge has not been fired. All the details, all the effects that are on there, James, are all wet, all done in one application.
Yeah, and I feel confident because the color will not shift during the firing cycle. Right. Okay.
Well, welcome to our second technical webinar. Today, we will walk through a case scenario that has open contact and needing some minor adjustments, which happens regularly in our everyday production. So we're going to start off with advanced color application, glazed with spray glaze. Then we'll start getting into structure application very slowly, using as correction firing, such as adding contacts, adding volume, incisal of corners to achieve the final form that we are looking for. So then I will introduce firing parameter for structure. Then we will end it with a discussion with your questions, okay? So let's get started. Here's our color charts in the whole Miyo system. Today, the video will include 10 color applications on a crown. As you're going to see, the crown will be needing some minor adjustments, okay? So we'll play the video real quick. So here's the crown, zirconia, multi-layer. The surface was treated and ready to go. So as you can see, the contact is slightly open. The incisal edge is shorter than what I would like. And I would like to improve on the form itself. But before I do that, we have to do all the staining and the color applications here. So here is translucent A. I'm going to apply on the the labial part of the gingiva. And then I would use translucent clementine near the interproximal region, so it is slightly intensified there. So already, like you've seen on the videos, previous videos, the contrast is already working for us. So from here, I cannot emphasize more about the application method, the brush, the way the color is touching the zirconia, not the brush tip. So as you could see, I'm applying translucent clementine on the interproximal region, and now here is lumen. I'm going to bump up the value a little bit and create a subtle contrast within all the colors, but like I've mentioned before, I always start with the gingiva, and then I work my way up to the incisal 1/3. So you could, I usually put a puddle of color, and then I start to spread them, and make sure the thickness is pretty even, and I don't see blotchiness or I don't see spots. I work the color so that it's even thickness everywhere. Okay. So when you're using Miyo or any kind of color application, whether it's on monolithic or you're even layering ceramic, it's really all about contrast. You have to use contrast as a system and as a guide to emphasize a lot of the colors by applying different saturations and different opacities next to each other that will emphasize the whole thing. Okay, I'm putting here translucent smoke. And of course, near the contact areas, I'm going to intensify a little bit, but as we go towards the middle part of the facial, then I will go slightly more subtle. So I'm spreading the color, and I'm not putting smoke all the way down to the incisal 1/3, but I'm wrapping it to the mesial and the distal corners, okay? So we'll touch up the contrast part at the end of the whole thing, but I always have the contrast in my mind. And I'm intensifying some spots so it does look, I want that 3D appearance and the depth that I'm looking for. So here I'm applying translucent storm to intensify the transparency on the mesial and the distal corners. And as you can see, I'm constantly dabbing and moving the color around instead of using brush strokes. Okay. So I'm intensifying, dabbing, and making sure the color doesn't puddle or doesn't appear spotty. So, and you could always use a little bit of glazed liquid to kind of manipulate position of the colors. If you're having trouble making the color evenly spread out, then I would usually use a little bit of the glazed liquid to move it around freely. Okay, so the color of the crown is starting to come together, as you can see. And I'm going to emphasize a lot more color and contrast in different zones. I'm going to also create some mamelon effects and some different kind of opacities to make it look like it's a layered ceramic restoration. So here is mamelon coral. As you can see, I'm putting a good sum of it. It's on the intense side, and from here, I'm going to start to spread and lighten the color and to create that subtle contrast. Okay, so the mesial is more of a strong mamelons, and the distal is a little bit less intense, and the middle part is scattered, going towards the same direction of the tooth, how the tooth grows. So I put a little bit of smoke in between the two mamelons on the mesial and the distal side, and then I'm putting the mamelon structure in the middle. So as you can see, I apply a little bit, and then I scatter, and I position correctly so the mamelon structure goes how the tooth grows, the direction of the tooth grows. Okay, so I use a little bit of linen and a little bit of mamelon wheat to break and use the contrast even more. And I'm going to start to move things around a little bit to the way I like it. And then here is stained snow, which is a very pure opaque white. And as you can see, I float a good sum of color on top, and then I reposition the structures of that white stain. Okay. So I correct the direction of it, and then the intensity. Some areas I blend it so it's a subtle blend and a subtle transition, as you can see. And then I used the same stained snow to emphasize that contrast a little bit. And then sometimes I would put crack lines, and you'll see me put some crack lines between the mamelons here. So you could really see the benefits of Miyo. You could really put colors on top of colors without mixing them. And you're going to see here, I'm going to slowly blend the end of the white and then move the crack line a little bit around so I have the correct position. And as you can see, I'm doing the same thing on the medial side. I'm blending the end of the crack and repositioning the way I want. Okay? So the colors float on top of each other. It's very, very unique. And here I'm applying translucent straw to create that extra contrast of that translucent area on the body and the incisal 1/3 region. Okay. I'm going to re-emphasize some of the contrast using translucent storm. So you don't have to put color to the whole surface. I like to put it in spots, intensifying in spots and making areas a little bit more subtle. So here I'm applying the halo spring, and you could see all the colors coming really together. And as you can see, I'm wrapping the halo around that incisal embrasure a little bit there. And now all the colors works really, really nice in contrast, and we're very close to now appearance of a layer ceramic, right? And I'm going to put some subtle white spots. Okay. Then once I'm done with all the colors, I use a spray glaze to go over and cover the rest of the real estate of this, the labia of the crown, just to make sure. So like I mentioned before, the direct spray does not hit the surface of the crown. The direct spray is on the side, and I drag it around twice or 3 times until I get that eggshell appearance of on the crown itself. Then I will fire. Okay.
So thank you for that introduction. James and I are really excited to be able to share the Miyo concept with you today. And probably the first place to start is to kind of talk about how Miyo came about. So there has been a pretty big advancement in materials, especially with zirconia. It wasn't more than probably 3 or 4 years ago. We were talking about Bruxier, we were talking about high strength and very opacified zirconia materials. And in a very short period of time, we've advanced on to a different look in zirconia. So if you see this slide here on the right, that is a Emax HT ingot. And on the left, that's the new 5Y high translucency zirconia. This one happens to be the Imagine from Jensen. And when you transmit light through them, you see they're virtually transmitting light identically. And that's a huge evolution in materials. When we finally get a base material that's looking and acting more like all ceramic restorations, that opens up tremendous possibilities. So this is a case we did probably a couple years ago, right when these new materials came out. And if you look at the 2 molars on the left, these were made with the high strength, high opacious zirconia materials. And while the colors and everything are fine, tooth form is fine, we see that density that we've come to expect from this kind of material. And yet, when you look at the slide on the right, by the way, these were made with the exact same design file, so they're identical in every way. These are two first and second molar made with the high translucency zirconias, and we begin to see that there's a light transmission here very similar to that of high translucent ceramic materials, or more importantly, like a natural tooth. So when we compare the first and second molars on the right side to that natural tooth, the second bicuspid, we begin to see very, very similar light dynamics. And this began to open the doors for us for all different possibilities with monolithic restorations.
And that's pretty really impressive, the fact that it's the same exact file. It's really cool. So what really are the limitations and the possibilities? In the anterior region, the posterior, we saw that we're very close to nature, and we have to challenge ourselves with the anterior region. So this case was done as a comparison study, and we tried to push the aesthetic limitations using today's high translucent zirconia. So we could see the tissue is in pretty good condition, and the stump shade is also fairly normal. Here, what you see is a 0.5 millimeter cut back on a multi-layer zirconia, directly characterized on the zirconia and layered with conventional ceramics, finished on the model, and intraoral. Here's a direct comparison of the monolithic and layered. We could get into micro details and pick out some minor flaws, but overall, we could clearly see that we are getting pretty close to achieving high aesthetics, even on monolithic restoration.
And this is obviously, James, this is the most difficult thing as ceramists we're asked to do, match a single central. Some of the advantages of being able to work in monolithic is, that we create the details right on the surface and we know exactly what they're going to be. The limiting factor has always been the aesthetics of the base material itself.
Yeah, and the surprising and the more realization here is the clear realization here is the talking distance. We could not tell the difference.
Yeah. So this really opened the door. The change in material science and the advancement in particular of zirconias really opened the door for the Miyo concept. And so here's how we looked at Miyo. Obviously, going into the Miyo project, James and I looked at what was available to us in the way of stains and glazes and really looked at them critically and try to understand what was good and what wasn't good. And the reality is stains and glazes have been with us for a very, very long time, and they were really designed to enhance our layered restorations in various ways. And so we sat back and we said, if we were going to develop a system that was specifically designed to make monolithic restorations look like natural teeth, what would we need? And so rather than being restricted by the old concepts around stain and glaze, we sat down and really started penciling out what would we like to have and what kinds of characteristics would we like to have in a system that would help us then create restorations in monolithic that looked not only like layered restorations, but started to approximate the aesthetics that we see in natural teeth. And that was really the task before us.
So let's start with the color overview. The system contains really two components. One is color and structure. There's about 18 colors and glaze paste and 5 structures in this system.
So there's really, within the colors, there's 3 different translucencies. The color system is set up in many ways very much like a normal layering ceramic system where we have opacious dentins, enamels, things of that nature. And the big differentiator between those materials is just the degree of opacity or translucency.
So we got the opacious colors. Mamelon is also opacious. Then we got the semi-translucent colors, which are halos. And the rest being high translucent colors. So again, there are 3 translucency levels, 6 opaque colors, 2 semi-translucent, and 10 high translucent colors. Total of 18 colors, 5 structures, and a glaze paste.
And then there's the structure material. And we're going to spend a little bit more time talking about structure later, but as you can see in this picture, we wanted a material that would allow us the ability to, by virtue of its name, create structure, create elements, three-dimensional elements that we see in natural teeth. And we broke the structure material down into very similar to the colors in that we have some which are very translucent, like the window. The ghost would be more of a milky, higher value material, enamel, which is exactly what it sounds like, and ice and blush, a bluish and a pinkish color. And we'll show you a little bit more about what's unique about structure as we go forward. But first, we'll get into a little bit more detail about the colors and how we use them.
So the basic task that we have to face every day is adjusting color and intensity. And what you see, the shade tabs you see here is 2 shades apart from each other. And we wanted to kind of push what we could do with just the translucent A that we have in the system. And as you could see in this photo, we were able to match the target shade of A3 even with the OM2. And just to make sure that the tabs, these are shade tabs and they're not ceramic and these are not fired. So it's
they're just wet. So, yeah. And that's important because people obviously will say, well, how many coats did you put on? How much color did you have to apply to build that up? And like James said, these are plastic tabs, so clearly not fired. And this is a very simple, thin application of 1 coat. And even the OM2, pretty good match for an A3.
So you can see here, we started with the A1, a multi-layer A1, and reached somewhere between A3 and A3.5 with 1 firing. So here's a short video. We want to show you a demonstration and introduce the application method of Miyo colors to match a simple shade tab. So before I start, the value is always slightly brighter before the glaze, and I apply the glaze and verify my starting point. Okay, and I'll be using translucent A here. You can see me float the color on top of the existing glaze paste. So there's different methods of Miyo application. Here I'm showing one application method by putting a thin layer of glaze paste before all the colors, because my intention is to glaze and finish everything with 1 shot. So you could see the color application is more of a dab and drag application, more of a paste opaque.
So just to be clear, James, because there's several ways to do this, as you mentioned. You cover the entire surface with glaze first. I think it's important to make sure people understand these colors are self-glazing. You don't need to use a glaze paste with them. We cover the entire surface just in case we don't cover everything with a Miyo color, so that the finished restoration is completely glazed, even in areas where Miyo color hasn't been applied.
Yep. You're exactly right. And once I'm done with, once I'm satisfied with the base color, then I will move on to the incisal 1/3, and I will start to lower the value using smoke here. And then you could intensify with the storm on the corners, or you could, if you're satisfied, I move on with the halo. I finish all my restoration with the halo effect. And the halo effect actually brings all the colors kind of come together. So here is me applying the halo, and as you can see, I'm just floating right on top of all the existing colors. I'm pretty satisfied with the shade tab that I'm looking at.
And again, that's an A2, James?
That's an A2.
Yeah.
And verify in different directions, different angles.
So in this case, we were going from an A1 to an A2.
A1 to an A2. A simple task that we have to deal with every day in our labs. And here is the fired restoration. And verified next to the shade tab.
So one of the keys with the Miyo colors that's very important is, unlike stains, which are highly opacified pigments, Miyo color is very translucent. The colors are suspended in a ceramic matrix, and the overall translucency of the colors is completely different than anything you would achieve with a stain and glaze technique.
So we all know going darker in color is pretty common in our practice, everyday practice in our labs. But how about going brighter in value? Now we really have a solution in just a bottle. And here is translucent lumen.
So going brighter is something that's always escaped us. And one of the issues with going brighter is when we get a restoration, there's too much color or the value's too low. Traditionally we have to grind back the surface and then add a whiter, more opaque material to kind of mask everything underneath and bring the whiter, higher value into play. The problem with that is it almost always results in a more opaque, deader looking restoration. So our goal with Miyo was to create something where we get that white, bright effect without adding opacity.
And even going high translucent with added color. And now you could see the crown on the left was about A3, A3.5. And using lumen, we were able to raise the value without compensation and opacity. To describe the characteristics of lumen, Don, you really said it the best. When you look at a cloud from far away, it's white and high value. But when you get close, all it is just vapor. And this describes lumen as white, but also high in translucency.
When you compare those two, you see that the shift in value is there. It goes from high chroma to lighter chroma. Maybe, I don't know if it's an A1 or an A2, but you clearly see the shift.
So here's a short video of lumen application, and it's really my personal favorite color. And in this video, we will demonstrate the ability of this color as just as we described. Again, take a look at the application method. I'm putting the glaze paste just like the previous video. So my target shade is a one full shade brighter, which is an 0-3 from an A1 restoration. And again, I'm floating the color on top of the existing glaze paste. And you can see I'm just moving the colors around. It's very flexible. It's very elastic, almost like a latex paint, just like what Don described. What I'm doing here, I'm just moving the color around. I'm making sure what I see is an even distribution of color on the surface of the zirconia. So it's really like a paste opaque application, but it's in translucent colors. And as I go, I verify with the shade tabs. And I will continue to move the colors around, apply a little bit more. And as soon as I'm happy with the body shade, I would move on with the incisal 1/3 again with the storm. Excuse me, it's smoke. And it's a subtle, smoke is more of a subtle color. It's more of a gray violet. And it's a little bit more user-friendly. And here is the halo application, highlighting all the colors together, bringing all the colors together. And again, I'm floating the halo right on top of all the wet colors. Okay. And then verify with the shade tab before firing. Just the final little touches. And after firing.
What would you say the overall thickness is, James? It's like less than 1/10 of a millimeter?
Yeah, really less than 0.1. And here is the shade tab next to it. Okay. So of course, we cannot forget to mention about dropping value. And to drop value, there's two colors in the system, which is smoke and storm. Smoke, like I mentioned previously, it's a gray-violet. It's very subtle. It's user-friendly. And storm is intense blue. So I usually use the storm on the corners to mimic that transparency of the natural enamel. Okay, so I get a lot of questions on using Miyo with different materials like lithium disilicate, and the answer is yes, it's absolutely possible. The model you see here was done on a fully pressed lithium disilicate.
So it really comes down to CTE. Most of your zirconias are somewhere in the 10.0 to 10.3 range. Lithium disilicate, very, very similar. So the CTE of the Miyo material is perfectly matched to this range of materials. So yeah, you can use it with any zirconia. You can use it with lithium disilicate, lithium silicates, a variety of different brands that are now on the marketplace with slightly different chemistries. This Miyo material works exceptionally well on all those materials.
Yeah, even using as an internal characteristics for your layer restorations, it works perfect. I also got some questions like, can you create all these effects on a high strength, high opaque zirconia as well? And the answer is, again, yes. The photo here is colored with Miyo on a high opaque zirconia, which is used mostly for all-on-4 and all-on-6 cases.
So when you look at the picture on the left, you see the central split down the middle. What does Miyo give us? Miyo is beginning to give us now the ability to take a very monochromatic restoration, whether that's a pressed ceramic or it's a milled zirconia. The underlying base, I think, in this one was like an A1 multi-layer. But in general, they look fairly monochromatic. And when you look at the central on the left side, and again, you look at the detail on the right, you begin to see color and contrast similar to what we would expect to see when we layer normal ceramics. Remember, we talked about the colors having 3 different opacity ranges, and it's those differences in opacity, those differences in intensity of color that help us to create the contrast that you see, the movement of light that creates the illusion that these are 3-dimensional teeth.
And of course, the learning curve in the conventional ceramic systems, it's quite big.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we get from Miyo and people that are using the Miyo system immediately recognize is it takes the learning curve more or less out of the equation. I mean, here you see a picture of a schematic for layering different enamels, and all of us who have been doing ceramics for any period of time know that that takes a long time to learn. You know, when I use this or I use that, what am I going to get? And even in the hands of the best ceramists, we have a pretty good sense maybe of what we're going to get, but it doesn't always turn out 100%. And being able to eliminate that unknown is what Miyo brings to the table, and we'll be able to demonstrate that a little more clearly to you here in some of the next coming slides.
So there's a couple videos that we want to show, and this video will really demonstrate floating color on top of color. And whatever you see here before firing, you will get with Miyo system.
So I think it's, the concept of floating color on color is really an important characteristic of this material, James. I mean, what you're going to see James doing here, I mean, right now you've got your A shade in the body. You've laid down your canvas in the incisal 1/3 with the smoke. This is all wet. And now you're applying your mamelons directly over a wet canvas of gray smoke, of the smoke color.
Yep. And I intensify the corners with the storm. And I'm just moving the colors around and shaping it the way I think it makes sense.
So that very unique characteristic. The viscosity of the material is such that you can literally lay layer upon layer upon layer of color. And the beauty of that is that you can create an entire application of effects in just one shot, and be able to see everything that you want to see before you fire it. And we'll talk a little bit later on about, we'll demonstrate the what you see is what you get concept, but floating color on top of color is one of the most critical and one of the key characteristics of the Miyo system.
So here I have about 6 colors, and now I'm applying the halo before I finish the restoration. And as you can see, I float the color, and some areas I would blend it with the existing colors, and some areas I would leave it sharp.
So here you're just applying a more opaque halo material directly over the more translucent storm blue and the
existing mamelon colors as well.
Right.
So the ultimate example of floating color on top of color is when you're making fine details like the crack lines. And as you can see here, I just put a bed of color, and I'm going to start to move the color around and shape the crack line the way I think it makes sense.
So these colors don't mix. You can apply, as I said, color on top of color. But when you want to mix them, as you see James doing here, it's very easy to do.
And whatever you see, wherever you put it, it stays there, which is a very nice characteristics.
Yeah, when people use the Miyo for the first time, especially the colors, one of the things they always comment about is it doesn't collect at the margins. It doesn't run. It doesn't puddle. It doesn't start to gather, run away from the surface and gather in certain areas like a stain or a glaze would do.
Yep, so now I'm just putting the final details, a little bit the extra of effects that will create a little bit more of a contrast. I'm just putting the final touches.
And again, all of this is wet.
All of it is
Nothing
wet.
has been fired yet.
And putting crack lines on top of all the wet colors is really easy now without puddling, right? And here you see the starting point of this slide. The starting point was the unshaded high translucent zirconia, the photo on the right. And photo on the left is about 10 colors I put on, and all wet, all with one shot with colors.
So that bridge has not been fired. All the details, all the effects that are on there, James, are all wet, all done in one application.
Yeah, and I feel confident because the color will not shift during the firing cycle. Right. Okay.
So the ability to float color on color is one of the important characteristics. The other concept of what you see is what you get is also a very, very important characteristic. And this is achieved by making sure that the materials appear in the wet stage exactly as they will appear once they're fired. So when you look at the central in the box there that says before firing, and then you compare that to the central in the right side that says fired, you virtually see almost 100% exactly identical. There's no shift, there's no change. Again, whatever you see, whatever you imagine, if you're looking at it in the wet stage and you like what you have, you can have 100% confidence that once it's fired, that's what you're going to get.
And I think for me, the missing link with all the conventional previous stain systems out there is the final texture and the structure we have. We could create the texture that we want as a ceramist and a technician.
So you're right, James, and one of the things that we see in monolithic, regardless, I mean, we can texture green state zirconia, we can put in all the texture we want. Once that gets sintered, some of that's gone, but a lot of it will remain. The problem is the moment you start to add anything to the surface, a lot of that texture is gone. And so, one of the very critical elements of the Miyo system was, how do we get that texture back? How do we create surface texture and morphology and structure similar to what we expect when we do a normal layering material? And so the concept of a structure building material was what we came up with.
Yeah. And as you can see here, this slide is wet. Everything, all the texture and all the grooves and all the anatomy is done with just a brush.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. And when you look at that up close, in this picture here, you see this, again, this is the same bridge. Everything you see there, this is an unfired restoration. So just to be clear, the colors were fired and fixed. Okay, that is an absolute necessary part of the process. Get those colors, the Miyo colors, fired, and then apply the structure, which is a very viscous ceramic material that can be put on as thin as 1/10 of a millimeter or less. And the only purpose for the structure is to create that surface texture. And so if you see that box on the right side there, that's a close-up view of the section of the central, and you see the pericomata, you see all that little structure, all put in wet with a brush.
All with the brush. And here is the fired look. So the structure fires glazed. Every time you fire it, it will glaze. But you could grind it just like a regular ceramic. You could polish it like a regular ceramic. There's a lot of freedom there with micro thickness.
Yeah, and I think what's really unique about structure is, again, if you look at the box on the left and you look at the box on the right, you see virtually the exact same level of detail on the surface. And yet, as James said, this is coming right out of the ceramic furnace, and you see the level of glaze. So to be able to glaze something and at the same time, all that surface detail remains is really, really unique about this material.
So here is before fired and after fired. So now we saw the ability of Miyo, colors and structure. The ultimate test is in the intraoral cases.
Yeah, and to be fair, I mean, we want to share with you a case, but this was a case we did, about a year ago?
Yeah, when we were first developing the system.
Yeah, so we had a handful of colors. We had some prototypes in the structure material. But we were very excited. James and I had to give a presentation in Chicago a year ago, and we were very excited to kind of see where we were at and make sure that the direction we were going was the right direction. And so we had an opportunity to do this 4-unit anterior case, and we wanted to make a direct comparison between what we could do monolithically against what we could do with a traditional layering technique. So the box you see on the right, that's our target shade in terms of characterization for the teeth.
And here's my starting point. It's a polished high translucent zirconia on the colored dies, finished with color on one side, on both sides, and then with structure.
And all that surface texture you see was put in with a brush.
It's just with the brush. And yet, as you can see here, the starting point, there is no texture. And you could take a close look at that black triangle as well. The gap there, I also filled in with the structure.
Right.
So all the texture, the color, everything with the Miyo system and intraoral.
So we want to compare that to traditional layering techniques. So you can see here we reduced about 1/2 millimeter, which would be a pretty generous enamel layer. All of the, we're not going to go into detail about what we did in terms of enamel, but kind of the normal sectional buildup for enamel, segmental buildup for enamel, using different colors, opals and whatnot. There's our cutback, and what I'm going to do is use the Miyo color to characterize the surface. And that's what you see here in this slide. all the characters, all the characterization is achieved there, and then over the top of that we apply the enamel, and then we glaze it, and we're ready to compare that in the mouth. So there's our traditionally layered restorations in the mouth, and of course what the most interesting thing is looking at how does the layered restoration compare to the monolithic or vice versa.
I mean, the aesthetics, I think, were pretty close, but the time that we spent was a huge difference.
And again, this was about a year ago before we actually even had, we only had maybe 3 or 4 colors we could work with. So, but we were very excited by the potential. And it, obviously took us down the road further and spent the last year putting everything else together. Here you see those with the polarized lens. You see the true color very, very closely.
So I would really like to proudly introduce to you the Miyo Pink system. And I really think with the pink system now, the Miyo became a full system.
Yeah, I mean, as we got further down the road with the Crown and Bridge, we were very excited about the possibilities, and clearly there's a growing demand for all-on-4, all-on-6, full upper implant-supported kind of restorations. And so we started down this road with Miyo Pink, and we ran back to Liechtenstein to Chemical and started the development, and we had a lot of help from Luke Hasegawa. Big shout out to Luke.
Yep.
Luke, phenomenal technician with these kinds of restorations, and he had a lot of concepts around colors, and he was very, very instrumental in from a concept point of view of helping us and giving us direction there. So what's interesting is when you look at the little picture on the left, this was early in the development. We literally did the colors in about a week, and in the first couple of days as we were working with the different pink colors, this was a little test module, and we kind of started putting the colors on there and moving them around, and then James and I looked at each other and said, wow, look what we can do with this stuff.
And look how thin it is.
Yeah, and the level of detail you can create. If you look at that picture in the box, you see veins, you see all kinds of crazy stuff. We could never do that in a million years, no matter how hard we try with layering materials. You just can't get that level of detail.
Yeah. It's a huge benefit. And so the system includes 9 colors in total. We kind of went opposite with the pink colors. The 6 colors are dense in opacity, and 3 are high in translucent colors.
And then there's three structure materials?
Yes, 3 structure materials.
Right.
So here is a quick time lapse of the whole application of the Miyo Pink and Miyo Teeth.
So bringing the whole system together and
Yes.
showing it to you in
a quick time lapse.
Quick time lapse.
So this is a high opaque, high strength zirconia. First, I put all the necessary colors for the teeth, and I will fire that. But you don't have to. Only reason I fire that is because I didn't have a handle, and I needed somewhere to hold on to. So I fire that with all the teeth done, colored, and then move on to the tissue. Right.
And one question that comes up is how many times can you fire the Miyo without losing something? And this is not like, some of the things you see out there, some of the ceramics you see out there where multiple firings, the color starts to fade or the value starts to drop. Nothing will change with Miyo.
Yeah, so I finished. Now I'm doing the structure on the teeth. And here is another way of doing it. I didn't spend too much time. I built the thickness, and I'm going to start grinding the surface texture the way I want, just like the conventional ceramics.
So you can put the texture in wet if you want, or you can just generally get it on and then fire it and then texture it the conventional way.
Yep. And once I'm done with the texture, I move on to the structure on the tissue, and you can see how thin that is. Only reason is really for surface texture.
And you just stippled that tissue with a brush?
With the old beat-up brush, and that was
Old
it.
beat-up brush. So you see how it started, and you see it evolve into a finished Miyo restoration.
And that's the finished one. And then the texture you see on the tissue is all done with just a brush.
Well, welcome to our second technical webinar. Today, we will walk through a case scenario that has open contact and needing some minor adjustments, which happens regularly in our everyday production. So we're going to start off with advanced color application, glazed with spray glaze. Then we'll start getting into structure application very slowly, using as correction firing, such as adding contacts, adding volume, inside of corners to achieve the final form that we are looking for. So then I will introduce firing parameter for structure. Then we will end it with a discussion with your questions, okay? So let's get started. Here's our color charts in the whole Miyo system. Today, the video will include 10 color applications on a crown. As you're going to see, the crown will be needing some minor adjustments, okay? So we'll play the video real quick. So here's the crown, zirconia multi-layer. The surface was treated and ready to go. So as you can see, the contact is slightly open. The incisal edge is shorter than what I would like. And I would like to improve on the form itself. But before I do that, we have to do all the staining and the color applications here. So here is translucent A. I'm going to apply on the facial, the labial part of the gingiva. And then I would use translucent clementine near the interproximal region, so it is slightly intensified there. So already, like you've seen on the videos, previous videos, the contrast is already working for us. So from here, I cannot emphasize more about the application method, the brush, the way the color is touching the zirconia, not the brush tip. So as you could see, I'm applying translucent clementine on the interproximal region, and now here is lumen. I'm going to bump up the value a little bit and create a subtle contrast within all the colors, but like I've mentioned before, I always start with the gingiva, and then I work my way up to the incisal 1/3. So you could, I usually put a puddle of color, and then I start to spread them, and make sure the thickness is pretty even, and I don't see blotchiness or I don't see spots. I work the color so that it's even thickness everywhere. Okay. So when you're using Miyo or any kind of color application, whether it's on monolithic or you're even layering ceramic, it's really all about contrast. You have to use contrast as a system and as a guide to emphasize a lot of the colors by applying different saturations and different opacities next to each other that will emphasize the whole thing. Okay, I'm putting here translucent smoke. And of course, near the contact areas, I'm going to intensify a little bit, but as we go towards the middle part of the facial, then I will go slightly more subtle. So I'm spreading the color, and I'm not putting smoke all the way down to the incisal 1/3, but I'm wrapping it to the mesial and the distal corners, okay? So we'll touch up the contrast part at the end of the whole thing, but I always have the contrast in my mind. And I'm intensifying some spots so it does look, I want that 3D appearance and the depth that I'm looking for. So here I'm applying translucent storm to intensify the transparency on the mesial and the distal corners. And as you can see, I'm constantly dabbing and moving the color around instead of using brush strokes. Okay. So I'm intensifying, dabbing, and making sure the color doesn't puddle or doesn't appear spotty. So, and you could always use a little bit of glazed liquid to kind of manipulate position of the colors. If you're having trouble making the color evenly spread out, then I would usually use a little bit of the glazed liquid to move it around freely. Okay, so the color of the crown is starting to come together, as you can see, and I'm going to emphasize a lot more color and contrast in different zones. I'm going to also create some mamelon effects and some different kind of opacities to make it look like it's a layered ceramic restoration. So here is mamelon coral. As you can see, I'm putting a good sum of it. It's on the intense side, and from here, I'm going to start to spread and lighten the color and to create that subtle contrast. Okay, so the mesial is more of a strong mamelons, and the distal is a little bit less intense, and the middle part is scattered, going towards the same direction of the tooth, how the tooth grows. So I put a little bit of smoke in between the two mamelons on the mesial and the distal side, and then I'm putting the mamelon structure in the middle. So as you can see, I apply a little bit, and then I scatter, and I position correctly so the mamelon structure goes how the tooth grows, the direction of the tooth growth. Okay, so I use a little bit of linen and a little bit of mamelon wheat to break and use the contrast even more. And I'm going to start to move things around a little bit to the way I like it. And then here is stained snow, which is a very pure opaque white. And as you can see, I float a good sum of color on top, and then I reposition the structures of that white stain. Okay. So I correct the direction of it, and then the intensity. Some areas I blend it so it's a subtle blend and a subtle transition, as you can see. And then I used the same stained snow to emphasize that contrast a little bit. And then sometimes I would put crack lines, and you'll see me put some crack lines between the mamelons here. So you could really see the benefits of Miyo. You could really put colors on top of colors without mixing them. And you're going to see here, I'm going to slowly blend the end of the white and then move the crack line a little bit around so I have the correct position. And as you can see, I'm doing the same thing on the mesial side. I'm blending the end of the crack and repositioning the way I want. Okay? So the colors float on top of each other. It's very, very unique. And here I'm applying translucent straw to create that extra contrast of that translucent area on the body and the incisal 1/3 region. Okay. I'm going to re-emphasize some of the contrast using translucent storm. So you don't have to put color to the whole surface. I like to put it in spots, intensifying in spots and making areas a little bit more subtle. So here I'm applying the halo spring, and you could see all the colors coming really together. And as you can see, I'm wrapping the halo around that incisal embrasure a little bit there. And now all the colors works really, really nice in contrast, and we're very close to now appearance of a layer ceramic, right? And I'm going to put some subtle white spots. Okay. Then once I'm done with all the colors, I use a spray glaze to go over and cover the rest of the real estate of this, the labia of the crown, just to make sure. So like I mentioned before, the direct spray does not hit the surface of the crown. The direct spray is on the side, and I drag it around twice or 3 times until I get that eggshell appearance of on the crown itself. Then I will fire. Okay.
Now, many of you already know James, but just to be sure that I've left no stone unturned, please just allow me to give a brief introduction. James is a master dental ceramist that has worked very closely with Jensen and our subsidiary ChemMichael to bring the Miyo aesthetic system to life, and the pink one too. Prior to opening his own lab in Connecticut, James held the title of lab director for the dental technology program at UCLA, where he was responsible for training students to be some of the very best dental technicians our industry has to offer. He studied under many industry heavyweights, including Dr. Ed McLaren and Michel Monnier, and really rooted in the belief that every technician needs the creative freedom to bring their monolithic restorations to life. Miyo, or Make It Your Own, was born. So take it away, James.
Hello everyone, this is James, and I'm back for another webinar. It's been a while since the last one, so to update all of you, I've been traveling quite a bit since the launch of Miyo, and I've been collecting feedback during my travels. So based on the requests I've received, here is the overview of today's webinar. So we will start off with how to manage to get a correct consistency on color. Then structure, and then I will show how I prep my structure on my palette before applying on a restoration. After that, we will readdress color and structure application using Miyo teeth system on a single crown. Then we will get into Miyo pink. First, we will cover the color overview and what's in the system. After that, there will be a couple of short videos demonstrating application methods using Miyo Pink, very similar to Miyo Teeth. So we will cover and go over the firing steps after that, and then we'll explain and share some ideas on firing parameters, okay? So let's get right to it. The first video is on managing optimal consistency in color. Starting with the dry, bottle of dry color, I will place maximum of 1 or 2 drops of glaze liquid and mix them. So there have been multiple occasions personally when I made a mistake putting 1 too many drops of liquid, making the color too runny. So placing 1 or 2 drops each time gives me the real full control to not overdo it. Then I will repeat this protocol until I get the correct consistency. So for your information, the consistency we develop for Miyo system is based on the concept of liquid ceramic. So the thickness and the consistency is very important for us. And because of this reason, I have been very adamant about not mixing any liquid into the bottles during, my previous webinars. But to be honest, I have been getting a lot of requests in making further demonstration videos on this matter because apparently some users are seeing dry colors in the bottles. And they've been, totally confused on what to do because, really my fault. I said not to mix glaze liquid into these colors. So here we are. And then I will continue to repeat the protocol of 1 or 2 drops of glaze liquid and mixing very well to achieve the correct consistency. And you could see in this video that the color becomes very elastic like latex paint. And once I'm satisfied with the consistency, I will move this into my stain palette and go from there. Okay. So next up is the correct consistency on the structure. This is a brand new bottle of structure, so the consistency is the most optimal here. When you see me smash the structure with my spatula, you should be able to see a shine on the material. Structure should feel close to composite, almost like when you try to scoop it up, it should almost look like ice cream and should not droop down or it should not flow when you try to pick it up. Okay, so again, if structure is dried, I'd also do the same thing, just like the colors. I will place 1 or 2 drops of glaze liquid to bring the consistency back to where it should be. Then I will continue to prep structure for the application on a restoration. Since the launch of Miyo, I got a lot of requests on demonstrating how to pick up and apply structure. So you'll see me do this here a little bit. So I spread the material really kind of like cheese on a cracker, for a couple of reasons. One is to verify and eliminate if there are any unmixed areas or trapped bubbles in the material. And the second reason is because structure becomes much more easier to really pick up with the brush. So you'll see a little bit of that during this video. So I continue to spread the structure material on my palette. I would use a brush that is a little bit shorter in length, as you can see in this video, and it has a little bit more strength, so most likely a red sable works pretty nice, and structure is very friendly with water. So I will clean off the brush with water. I will not mix structure with water, but I'll clean off the brush with water and then I'll pick it up like you see in the video, and I will let go onto the restoration just like how you see it. So in the beginning, if you have a hard time picking it up with the brush, you could do the exact same thing, pick it up with just a spatula like that, and you just wipe it off on your restoration and adapt into the restoration with your brush. Okay, so I will cover the brush that I use. My 2 main brushes is a fan brush and a number 4 stain brush from Creation. And I believe Jensen sells this brush, Creation number 4. So this, for me, throughout, ever since I developed this material, I've played with multiple brushes, and for me, the point on this brush and the strength in this brush is fairly optimal. So this will be the brush, a go-to brush that I use mostly. And there's a fan brush. So this is a prototype from Harvest, but I don't know if it's available for the market. But you could get something like this, very similar to something like this at any kind of art store. Just look for a very soft bristle, and that's the key, the soft bristles. Okay. So I want to readdress the color and structure application on a monolithic crown, before I get to the Miyo pink, because it correlates the application method directly into the Miyo pink. So you will see the real dynamics and change on the next video. You can use Miyo colors like the conventional stain system. I've said this over and over before because we're all very used to the style of application using a conventional stain system, but really to take full advantage of all the abilities of Miyo, you should apply colors like paste opaque application. So let's start the video, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So starting with a thin layer of glaze paste, this is just a personal preference for me. I personally like to apply thin layer of glaze paste because the color seems to flow better, and with glaze paste I could see the true value of the zirconia before I start. So clementine is used for the chroma here on this video. Obviously this video is a little bit fast forwarded. You could see the true real-time all the videos that you'll see in this presentation in real time on the website will be available right away. So you'll be able to see the real-time application, on your personal time. And you can see here I'm just moving the clementine, the color around to get an even distribution. Okay. Floating color instead of brushing it on to utilize all the benefits of Miyo. Really, everyone, I will address this again and again. Miyo's system is not a stain system. The concept of Miyo is liquid ceramic. So with colors, you should be able to achieve all the depth and all the effects that you're trying to achieve, and structure is just to create the texture that we're looking for. So the ingredients in Miyo colors and structure is really close to ceramic rather than stain. The colors scatter light, doesn't block them like the conventional stain system. The different translucencies in the color itself, the ability to layer multiple colors on top of colors, the ability to see exactly what you will get before and after fire, and the ability to control texture during the wet stage with structure. All of this is a very new concept, meaning approach should also be a little bit different. In exchange, the learning curve is literally cut down to the bare minimum because there are no guessing games with Miyo system. So here you could see I'm just dropping colors and moving them around to create the contrast that I'm looking for. It's really all about contrast, even with ceramic, but more so with monolithic because we are working on a surface, the two-dimensional surface. The depth is something that we have to create, and using the contrast effect of the Miyo colors and utilizing the different translucencies in the Miyo system is the key to create the depth on the surface. We're just creating an illusion, right? Really making our monolithic restorations to true micro-layered restorations. Okay, so I always finish my restoration with a nice color of halo, and you can see the halo is not a even band of color on the incisal edge. It's more of a blend. And here I'm adding, I added a little bit of crack lines here and there, and then I'm adding, this is the white spots near the gingiva, near the CEJ. It's the effect that we see quite often on a natural teeth, and this way it kind of bumps up the value, and it uses, I'm able to utilize the contrast effect a little bit more effectively there. So here are, some of the crack lines. I would drop stained snow to create a sharp line, and right next to it I would blend in with stained linen, which is a softer white. And I'm just manipulating shape and the contrast effect. I'm looking over the whole thing. I apologize for shadowing of top of my head once in a while. I had a real hard time looking at the restoration because of the position of the camera. Okay, so let's get to the structure application. After the colors are fired, I put it back in the model, and my first goal is to get a even application of structure, anywhere between 0.1 to maximum of 0.4 millimeter in thickness. And I would use the wall of my brush instead of the tip of the brush to dab and make a smooth surface. You can also vibrate it to get a smooth surface. Doesn't matter, but in this video I'm limited to just dabbing it with the brush. And the key here during the thickness, adding thickness of structure, the key to this part is to adapt well on a thinner area near your margins, your interproximals, without manipulating existing shape. If you fail to adapt structure on the thinner areas, and instead if you leave a ledge or a big volume, there is a pretty good chance of structure pulling back or lifting up on you, just like our conventional ceramic. So structure is highly condensed ceramic in a paste form. And when you fire structure, all liquid mediums will burn off, and and what's left, which is the ceramic, crystallizes on the surface of your restoration, kind of like laminate on a laminate coating on a poster or something like that. This with structure, it really adds virtually no thickness, to achieve, and you are able to achieve a very dense surface with micro thickness. So after that part, after I get the even distribution, even application of the surface, then I go back and use the fan brush, and I barely skim over the surface, and I create that fine texture like your paracamadas. And then what I'm doing here, I will mix anywhere between 40% to 60% of glaze paste into your structure and make a very flowable material. And I will apply it right on the line angles and maybe even imbrication lines to really create the high shine of the surface. So these areas will be very high shined, like the polished surface of your restoration or your natural dentition. Okay, and sometimes I would add a stop on the incisal edge as well. Okay, and just little corners here and there. With this flowable mixture, you're able to achieve some fine details without manipulating the existing texture that you've created with the fan brush. Okay, and so here is the try-in on the model. This is directly after it's fired, so there is no Photoshop involved in this video. It's a real-time video, and all the true real-time videos will be available in the website in your member logins to be able to have access to all the educational videos. Okay, so I just made sure that it's fired with the brush going over, and I'm going to play the dynamics of light a little bit. And surprisingly, even with a full monolithic restoration, you could see the dynamics of light affecting the restoration. And in some light, you see the crack line a little bit more better. In some lights, you don't see the crack line, just like kind of like nature and close to our ceramic restorations. Okay. So this is a still shot, a finished photo of the same restoration with the correct lightings. And then here is some of the side shots showing the texture that I've created and the dynamics of the subtle crack lines also created internally. You can see the crack lines a little bit better here. So with Miyo system, it's really true micro layering. Okay, and you see the dynamics of the change from the starting point to the finish. Okay, so let's get to Miyo Pink. Let's talk, I'll go over the color overview. So we have 9 colors in the system. We have 6 opacious colors and 3 high translucent colors. We kind of went the opposite direction versus compared to the Miyo teeth because we wanted to utilize the effects of applying more thin and having the ability to affect the final color from your underneath zirconia structure. Okay, so I will go over the names of the colors in the pink. So the high opaque colors, high intensity opaque colors are, as you can see, there's plum, there's flamingo, salmon, sorbet, merlot, and crimson. Okay. And then the high translucent colors that's existing in the Miyo pink system, which is midnight. Midnight is usually used on the palatal region where you see that bluish, that dark color in between the tissues. And there's raspberry is the color that I usually use for the interproximal regions, and copper is usually used to mimic the root area on the tissue, and you will see all the application methods in the video coming up very soon. So here is 3 structures in the Miyo pink system, and we'll go over the names and I'll explain a little bit what they are. Here's the orchid on the far left, which is my go-to structure for the pink. It doesn't shift a lot of colors, it just scatters color with the stippling that you create. So if you're happy with the existing colors on your tissue, then orchid is the structure that I will go to. With the structures on the tissue, it's really to create surface texture, which is the stippling. So the thickness doesn't really matter. Some areas I virtually put nothing in there. Frost is something that we could bump up the value and we could kind of mask the intensity of color underneath. Rouge is something that we could go a little bit darker and deeper red if we need to shift in that direction. Okay, so we will start the application method using Miyo Pink. So in this video, I skipped coloring the teeth part because I covered that with the Miyo White, the crown videos previously. So I'm going to start with Miyo Pink, but the teeth that you see in this video is still wet, and you'll be able to confirm that at the end of the video. I do add a little bit of effects there. So in the interproximal region, I use translucent raspberry to create that darker, the more pink, the more reddish color that's existing on the natural gingiva. And then I practically cover the whole gingiva area with my base color for this case, and my usual go-to color is Merlot. So I cover the whole surface with Merlot, and some of the areas that you will see that is a little bit darker, like just the areas that you see now, is a mixture of fissure, a little bit of fissure, about 5% to 10% of fissure in the Miyo White system into Merlot to create a darker red there. So I practically do the same float color on top of color method, just like the Miyo White, and I just move the colors around just like the Miyo White to create the contrast that I'm looking for. And if you're not happy with what you see, just simply wipe it off and reapply just like as you see there. And this is Flamingo. Usually I use about 2 to 3 colors on a case like this, and my go-to is Merlot and Flamingo. And Flamingo is for the free gingiva area, and these I just drop a little bit of color, and then I will mix and I will move the color so that it does look like that fiber look on the natural teeth, on the natural gingiva, I mean. Okay, so I'm just moving Flamingo around. I'm just creating shape, and I'm just making sure my CEJ is in the correct position. Just moving things to make things right the way I would like to see on my final restoration. So again, with Miyo colors, whatever you see before you fire is what you will exactly get. So that I spend the time here and create the exact contrast that I'm looking for on the wet stage. So here I'm adding some veins, and veins are added with the stained fissure on the Miyo teeth system. And as you can see, I drop a little bit of color and I manipulate position and shape to create the vein look that I'm looking for. And I'm constantly going to kind of go back and forth, and at the end, I would add a little bit of more effects on the teeth as well. So, okay. So I fire that, and then I'm going to skip the structure application on the teeth. This video starts off with glazed structure on the teeth, and what I do on the glazed structure on the teeth, before I apply the pink structure, I break the glaze with the diamond burr just like your regular ceramic, and I create the subtle, the very fine details of the texture with the diamond burr. But be careful, because there's the thickness is very, very thin, so there is a chance you will get right into the color once you start to start grinding. So I will be very, very careful, and I'll just break the glaze. I'll create the minimal texture that I need to create, and continue applying with the structure material. So again, I'm just applying structure. I'm just pushing the structure around to get the thickness and to achieve the texture that I'm looking for with the brush. And as you can see, the key point here with the pink structure is the fact that the thinner areas, again, the thinner areas that needs to be adapted very, very well. That's really the key. Okay, so the CEJ area, I make it very thin. I adapt it very, very well there. And you could add the frenum if you want. And then as it goes to the edges, or as it goes to the end of the end of the restoration, you want to you want to thin down that structure and adapt it very, very well to your restoration. Okay, so there has been a couple times when I do fire the structure tissue, which is my last firing, and the gingiva, right where the CEJ is, does get lifted a little bit because I didn't adapt well. When that happens, I will drop a little bit of glaze paste right into that gap and fire very, very low. Okay, so I adapt. As you can see, I'm continuing to adapt until I'm satisfied with the form. You could create some lobes here, just like what you see on nature. Just make sure it's adapted. The thinner areas are adapted. And I personally don't put structure all the way into the interproximal region. It butters off as it goes into that interproximal region near the contact of the two teeth. Okay. So once I'm happy with the look that I have, and you could see that it's a very smooth surface, I'm not worried about the texture yet. And once I'm happy with that, I would use my old, beat up brush again. I will cut the brush in half. I'll open that up, and then I will use the tip of the brush to stipple the structure until I'm satisfied with the look that it has. Once this is fired, the teeth will be glazed. You don't have to put glaze liquid to have that glazed. Glaze liquid burns off. It does not do anything to your restoration. So all the material in the Miyo system, Miyo white and Miyo pink, glazes itself. Okay. So after I'm satisfied, I will fire this, and this is a fire look. And after it came out of the oven, all I did was I polished the teeth a little bit to get that matte surface and that different luster and reflection, and that's practically it. Okay, so zero cutback, guys, zero cutback. So I want to go back and explain the firing steps using Miyo Pink system. So my first fire includes either coloring the teeth and pink together and firing that, or I color just the teeth, fire that. I usually fire two colors, 2 times in color. So my first usual fire includes coloring teeth and pink all together. And then my second fire, I will add a little bit more effects. And as you could see in this photo, I'm adding a little bit of copper right where that root is at. And with this translucent copper color, you could mimic that real nice warm color, almost mimicking, looking like it's coming from inside, but it's actually on the surface. And then after I fire 2 color firing cycles, I will go with applying structure on teeth. But again, when I'm using Miyo Pink, I anticipate to fire again for the tissue, so I don't worry about texture at all. I apply the even thickness everywhere, I fire that, and then I will grind the surface like I explained during the video, and then I will create the subtle and fine textures that I want to create. Then I will apply structure on pink and fire that, and that will be my my steps of my firing steps using Miyo Pink in these kind of restorations. Okay, with zero cutback, meaning the technique sensitivity is much more less. Uh, of course, we still need to slow cool the restoration, but there's much more control there. So there will be more testing coming with some universities, studies, and some clinical cases will be all coming very soon to back up this theory and the system itself. So here's the firing parameters. This is a Zoubler firing parameter, so it fires very hot. You notice the final temp is at 700. My Zoubler fires at between 715 to 720 with the same heat rate. So you could imagine with the Zoubler, just imagine about 15-20 degrees hotter firing cycles on the Zoubler. So with the clamshell, I will go with the 715 or a 720 on a high temp. But let's go over this firing parameters really quickly. So starting temp is at 450. I kind of overkill with my dry time and the closing time. My dry time is at 10 minutes. Closing time is at 7. I just make sure all the glaze medium is burnt off before it gets into the actual muffle and then the cycle. This will eliminate your microbubbling issues if you have any. And then my soak temp, it doesn't really matter because it's just going to skip right over that. My heat rate is significantly lower than the Miyo teeth. Obvious reason because of the heavy zirconia piece that we're working with. Heat rate of 35 per minute is ideal for a Zoubler and even for a Dikima. So I'm guessing it will be the same heat rate. The same heat rate will work on a clamshell or any other. Okay, and the final temp again, 700. My personal hold time here is at 15 seconds. For let's say your gingiva uplifted a little bit and you need to fill in with a little bit of glaze paste, I will kill the hold time to 0 and maybe even the final temperature a little bit lower than that, maybe 690 or something like that, and go from there. Okay. So I'm going to end the presentation with a quick time lapse of the whole start to finish on an upper 6-unit piece. Okay, hope you enjoy. So I start off with a little bit of fissure stain on the interproximal region. Of course, I don't want any glaze going in there, so fissure itself is the only powder stain in the system, so the fissure does not self-glaze when it fires. So I drop that fissure right in, and I start from the gingiva up. I finish the restoration practically with the halo. I top it off, I frame it with the halo, and a little bit of frosty white near the gingiva region to bump up that value and to mimic the nature that we typically see on natural teeth. And then I continue with all the colors on the tissue. Right, cover everything with Merlot, and then a little bit of flamingo on the free gingiva area, and then the copper by the root. Right, and then I will fire that, and then there's some structure on the teeth, and then after it's fired, it comes out glazed. I do a little bit of grinding, and then apply the structure on the tissue, and then I will take my time and stipple it the exact way I would like to see it. And once I'm happy with the look of it, then I will continue to fire that. And this is the finished restoration. Okay. And I got a nice stippling. I got a pretty nice surface on the teeth. Okay. Zero cutback, guys. Miyo system, this is all very possible. It's a different concept. So we should be able to embrace this concept and run with it. And I hope you guys play with the Miyo system, Miyo colors. I would love to hear more feedback from you guys. Here is a texture shot of the restoration. It's full monolithic restoration on a 1200 megapascal zirconia. There's some information, all the videos that you saw on this presentation, and even the videos that I skipped, just like the structure on teeth when I was doing the pink and stuff. All that is available on this website. The phone number is there, and then there is the email where they could ask questions.
Okay, perfect. So for those of you who maybe joined a little bit late, at the front end when I did the introductions, we're going to open it up for Q&A now, and there's a couple ways you can ask questions. One, you can raise your hand using the little hand icon in your navigation panel, and I'll unmute your line, and you can speak to James directly. Or you can chat with me. I'm Jensen Presenter, and I can ask any questions on your behalf. James, I did have several questions come in during the presentation, so we'll start with those, and we will see where we end up, okay?
Cool.
All right. So how do I brighten a crown 2 shades in one bake?
2 shades?
Yeah.
Wow, I think 2 shades is practically impossible to do it in one bake. You could attempt to do it. I think what I would do if I was in that situation where I had to fire one and try to do a 2 shade brighter, I would mix, I would definitely mix stained snow into your lumen, maybe, I don't know, even 30%, maybe even more, to try to get it in one shot. But just remember, stained snow is opaque color in the system, so you will add opacity if you add snow into your lumen. So just good news. We're gonna add a lumen plus. That will be one of the new colors coming. There's a couple new colors coming, and that's one of them. And I thought we needed that, and that will be perfect for this situation without using a lot of snow in there. So with the Lumen Plus that's coming, you could really bump up the value very easily with that stuff. So that will be coming soon. But before that day comes, I think to achieve 2 shades above is really, I would break it into 2 bakes, to be honest. But if I have to do it with one, I would mix anywhere between 30% to 50% snow into my lumen, and then apply that.
Okay. Regarding the translumen in the Miyo Teeth Kit, does the motto, what you see before you fire it is exactly what you see after you fire it, also apply? The translumen seems to have more masking ability prior to firing than it does after it is fired.
So yes, lumen is the only color that will shift on you a little bit, just because it's the material that's in that lumen is there's nothing opaque about it, you know. So there will be a shift a little bit, but the Lumen Plus will be a less of a shift. So we thought that was important to create the new one. So,
Amy,
okay.
This is Kevin. If I can add something there, I think we've seen in some situations where if a customer's experiencing that shift with lumen, it's possible that the high temperature that they're firing at could be a little too high. James, is that fair to say?
I agree. Absolutely.
And you might not know that it's overfired because there's such a wide temperature range with Miyo Color. So, you know, we could help that person if they want to call our technical hotline, but it could be lowering their high temperature might might bring some of that back.
Just, I absolutely agree.
Okay.
Do you pre-dry your structure if it looks really wet after application with water in your brush?
You can. I never really do that because of my beginning stage. The consistency of the structure in the beginning stage is already kind of tough. So I usually don't dry it after applied. So yeah, hope that answered the question.
Okay. If you accidentally get more Miyo pink on the gingival third of the tooth, how should you handle that?
So if this is before firing, I would simply just kind of wipe it off and then do it again right on that junction.
Wet stage.
If this was after fired, then I will rubber wheel the area, the problematic area a little bit, so you could visually see the color coming off. And then go to the next step after.
Okay. Can you mix Miyo teeth colors and Miyo pink colors together?
Yeah, you can. Just keep in mind that Miyo teeth colors are all fluorescent and Miyo pink colors are not fluorescent. So keep in mind that you're going to be adding fluorescence if you start to mix Miyo teeth into the pink.
Okay. Can you apply stains to the Miyo colors, and if so, how much?
You can apply stains to different stains to Miyo color. I don't think there will be a problem with that, but just keep in mind that different stain systems out there are there's metal oxide in them, and there's a lot of them in them. And Miyo colors are tin oxide, which reflects light, which refracts light. So there's an opacity shift if you start to mix with different stain systems, but you can.
Okay. How do you recommend to check your porcelain ovens to get Miyo to the proper high temperature?
Okay, for Miyo teeth, I just use a simple, just a crown to do it. What I do is I don't even test color, really. I apply the structure. I will create the texture with the brush, simple as a single line or two. And after you fire that, if that line that you created stays the same and you get a glaze over it, then that's my calibration on the Miyo white. But on the Miyo pink, I would center, your leftover puck. It's a pretty big mass, right, on the wall at least. So I would center a piece like that, and then I would apply the pink structure on it, and I will fire that. Make sure whatever texture you create, your stipple on that piece stays and it glazes. That will be my way of calibrating the Miyo pink, because it would be awesome if I have an extra zirconia piece, but that could get real expensive, so I wouldn't do that. I would use a leftover puck.
Okay. How long do you cool your zirconia work?
10 to 12 minutes. I open my muffle at anywhere between 550 to 580. That's pretty low. You don't have to open that low, but yeah, my cool time is at 10 to 12 minutes.
Okay. Do you recommend using Miyo in stain trays for ease of application?
Yes and no. We're working on developing a tray for the Miyo system. The wells are a little bit challenging, especially after time passes. It's a little bit challenging to scoop things out of there, but I still use it. I still put it on the stain palette, so I still put it in the wells. Sometimes I would really prefer a flat surface where I could just cover the color when I'm done. But yeah, that's what I do. I do not use straight out of the bottle, that's for sure.
Okay. James, this is a firing schedule question. Do you feel that the initial firing schedule values sent with the teeth kit were too high? If you recall, it was 760 at one time.
So 760 was a beginning stage. We really wanted to not make it, I mean, we wanted this to just glaze. So the mass, the market, the 98% out there wants a high glaze. So that's the only reason why we went with 760 on the very first one. 720 is really perfect. I personally don't have two different cycles, color and structure. I calibrate the oven with structure and I use color with that same cycle. But with the one shot, that's a little bit different. I would fire a little bit higher, anywhere between 720, 750, just to get a glaze with one shot.
Okay. It seems like you always cover with structure on top of Miyo colors, but can I finish without covering with structure?
Absolutely. There is, I believe there should be a one-shot technique video available in the website as well. Mm-hmm. That is, what I do is I apply all the colors, and then I use a spray glaze right over that, and I fire that to cover all the, protect all the colors. Or I apply the glaze paste in the beginning, apply all the colors. I would kind of vibrate, I would tap it one or twice to get the surface a little bit more smoother, and then I will fire that a little bit high, which is 760 should work with the one-shot technique. So yeah, there's two different techniques for a one-shot. I prefer a spray technique over the glaze paste in the beginning, just because the glaze paste in the beginning technique takes a little bit time, like once or twice of experience for them to understand how this works. So spray is the easiest way to go.
Okay. How do you add contacts with Miyo?
With structure, it's really perfect because we all know when we try to add contact after it's glazed or restoration, when we try to add contact with the low fusing ceramic, we're working with ceramic and we're working with very minimal space. And when we apply that, it practically instantly dries on you. So we're constantly worried about the whole moisture control there. And there's many times that you trap a lot of micro bubbles there, which shifts your value, your light refraction as well. And with structure, you don't have to worry about any of that. The structure will never really dry unless you want it to. And it's very compact. It's a condensed ceramic material, so it shrinks virtually it shrinks less than the regular ceramic, and it's very dense. So with structure is perfect to add contacts or your black triangles, or add edges and corners and whatever you want to do.
Mm-hmm. Okay. This is going back to the translumin. It's kind of attached to that question about translumin and masking and all of that. So just for a point of reference, it's the same person. And talking about also doing two shades in one bake with lumen. So the question is, wasn't there a video where James moved it to two shades with the lumen?
Oh, that one, I baked it twice.
Right.
One shade, yes. One shade, I did it with one bake. But the two shades is something that you got to bake at least twice.
Okay.
And that was on a shade tab, I believe.
It was, correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
So maybe I come up with a video to do this, the two shade, the one shade up and two shade up, and come up with the stages, the firing stages for all of you guys in the near future.
Okay, James, can you please? What are your go-to Miyo pink colors again? Can you please tell everybody?
It's Merlot and Flamingo. Merlot and Flamingo. These two colors are basically a replication of the colors that Luke Hasegawa, our friend, our oral design friend, has been helping us develop Miyo pink colors. His two go-to colors is Merlot and Flamingo, and we created that into Miyo Pink, which is fantastic. And that's with Merlot, I could achieve two different kinds of gradients. If I fire one time with Merlot, you can make a little bit lighter, and then if you add one more layer on top of it, you could go darker. So Merlot is really my go-to. Flamingo is it's a color, it's a combination color that I use with Merlot. In the near future, I'll come up with some formulas, like a 2-color formula, 3-color formulas to achieve different kind of tissue. The starting point would be all the same, and I'll come up with a couple formulas that could create different color schematics for different kind of effects of gingiva in the near future.
Okay. All right. Can you use Miyo white on porcelain fused to metal?
Miyo white porcelain. You know, I get a lot of questions for that. I mean, I also from like trustworthy sources, I heard that people are already still doing that. Colors, they say it's okay. I've never done it. Don't mark my words for that. But I've never done it. But people do it. They say colors are okay on top of Miyo, the PFM ceramics. But structure is absolute no.
Right. And I can also add, you know, I know there is some testing going on to, you know, when Miyo was developed, it was specifically for monolithic. However, due to multiple things, there's reason to believe that it should be just fine, the colors. So we'll come out with a formal statement once that's been approved. But right now it's, you know, defined as a type 1 ceramic for zirconia and lithium disilicate. Okay. I'm just scrolling through, so bear with me for 1 minute. I think I got all of the questions. However, sometimes people are shy. Sometimes people just, you know, think of a question after the fact. So if by chance either of those apply to you, please feel free to reach out to Jensen at the 800 number provided on your screen, or the email address as well. Most importantly, you know, if you haven't begun using your Miyo Pink kit, please get it open and start playing around with it now. I hope today's session was informative and provided, you know, a little bit more detail on application techniques for not only the teeth, but also for the pink tissue and teeth as well. So, James, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Anything you'd like to add?
So if you guys are shy and you don't want to speak up during the webinars, you could always personally message me on social media, Facebook or Instagram. You could look me up, James Choi, and I would love to connect with all of you. So any kind of questions or any kind of you know, feedback, I would love to hear it personally. So please feel free to reach out to me. Thank you for today. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, and everyone have a wonderful afternoon. Again, just as reinforcement, please check out Jensen's, you know, the launch partner page that was set up months ago. Many of you on the phone were part of that exclusive group. All of the videos that you saw today will be included there very shortly. It's a great resource and great refresher, so please take advantage of it. Again, have a wonderful afternoon, and thanks again for your time. Thanks, James. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And then we'll get into, after it's fired, we'll slowly get into the structure application, and we will today use structure as a correction firing. So we'll add some contacts, and we'll add some areas that I think needs to be fixed. And this is how it looks after it's fired. So I got a nice glaze on the surface. I put a glaze liquid before I apply the structure material, just because of the way the structure adapts to the zirconia a little bit better if it's moist. And as you can see, it's very nicely adapted with the liquid surface. And I'm going to add the some volume of the crown. I'm going to add the contact, of course, at the end. And I'm going to add the incisal edge to mimic the adjacent central. Okay? So here I'm adding structure window. So I'm adding structure window because I achieved all the color and all the value that exactly the way I want. And I don't want it to shift in color or value. I just want to add a little bit of volume and at the same time add the translucency. So I'm going to stick with structure window here. And there's a lot of freedom to structure as well. You could, if you want a certain color, if you like a certain color in the Miyo system, you could always mix that color into the structure and then apply it the way, however you want. Here, I'm going to add the incisal edge, but of course, I don't want a transparent structure on the incisal edge because there's a halo there. And I want a semi-translucent, but almost a little bit more dense appearance, just like the halo spring colors. So what I've done here, I used the whitest structure, which is structure ghost, one part of structure ghost, one part of stained linen, and one part of stained halo spring. So my goal is to go slightly brighter than the halo spring color in the Miyo system. At the same time, use the structure to also add that length that I'm looking for, and also have that semi-translucency that I would love to add in this restoration. So carefully add the volume that you want, and make sure the form is exactly what you're looking for. So there's a lot of freedom with structure. Like I said, you could always mix colors. You could mix glaze paste if you want to have a little bit easier control to float. If you want to use it as a correction, or you could use straight structure, really up to you. There's a lot of freedom there. So I want to emphasize here a little bit on the line angle, and I want that correct reflection on the line angle. So at the same time, add the translucency. Here I'm adding structure window. Okay. Make sure the structure is adapted to the surface well. Either you brush it very slightly, like almost like a paracamata texture across, so it blends the structure into the surface of the zirconia. Otherwise, it might pull on you or it might lift on you, so make sure it's adapted well to the surface. Okay, so for the gingiva area, I thought I needed some volume. All the areas that I'm adding the structure, I think I need to add some volume there. So after all the adjustments, all the adding of the structure, I added the contact before I fired it, and we'll see the next video that shows a finished restoration. Okay. So after everything was fired and I adjusted the contact, and as you could see, it's exactly what I want now. And you could see the translucency that I've achieved on the halo, and at the same time the density on the halo, of the color of the halo. Okay. Fired outcome. So I had a lot of questions and requests on readdressing the surface treatment. So whether there's not enough study to show about, to talk about, you know, aluminum oxide, sandblasting, or glass feeding, or what it really, how it really affects the zirconia surface. But the way I like to control the surface tension, I like to ultrasonic. I clean the zirconia part myself with a toothbrush using dishwashing soap or any kind of soap available. and then I drop it into the ultrasonic for about 5 minutes. Then you'll see a video here that's after the ultrasonic. So even with a very clean surface, the surface tension is still there, and you will see it in this video. So you could see the surface tension still there. The zirconia part is absolutely very clean at this point. So at this point, what I like to do is I put a glaze paste, a very thin layer of glaze paste over the zirconia, and then I simply just rub it off. So you can see I'm applying very thin, just slap it on there, and then rub the glaze paste off so it's a clean, matte surface. Okay, and then the glaze liquid. As you can see, the surface tension is completely eliminated. And every zirconia part, I go through the same procedure. Okay. Okay, so the firing parameters. It's definitely a little bit different than the regular in-sync glaze or glaze spray. It's the dry time is very, very important. If you're using structured material, you want to be on the safe side with the dry time. So total dry time is 10 minutes here. The preheat is not 450, it's 550. The high temperature, 720. Heat rate is 55. It's 10 degrees higher than the regular glaze. 1 minute hold. Of course, vacuum 100%. And then, so then you guys have the firing parameters for structure, and I was able to show you guys how to use structure as an introduction for a correction firing. So I would love to see you guys play with the structure a little bit, give us some feedback. The feel of the structure is very different if you guys haven't played with it yet. So I hope this webinar helps you guys put a foot into the whole structure application part. And the next webinar, I will cover structure in much more detail. We will cover 2 different ways to use structure. One is very similar to a conventional layering ceramic. We will apply a certain amount of thickness, and then we will grind the way we want. We will texture the way we want, and then we will fire that. And then the second step is the ultimate. We will cover a technique where we add all the details, fine details, pericomata, the lobes, the corners, and all the final form, all during the wet stage, and then fire that and polish. So yes, we are practically done with today's webinar. If you guys have any questions, I'm open to take them now.
Great.
Okay.
All right, so those of you who may have joined us a little bit late, everybody's on mute, so if you have any questions, you have 2 ways of doing that. You can raise your hand using the little hand icon, and I'll unmute your line. You can talk to James directly, or you can chat with me. I'm Jensen, presenter in the panel, if you don't feel comfortable speaking, and I can ask any questions on your behalf. James, I did have some questions rolling in as you were speaking, so I'll start with those, and then we'll see if anybody has any live questions as well. Sure. So, why didn't you put a layer of glaze paste down on the first restoration as instructed previously?
This one I wanted to kind of show a way to glaze without, with using the spray glaze instead, because we covered the glaze paste method last time. This time I wanted to cover a spray glaze, but you could do the same here. You could apply the glaze paste and then do all the colors. It doesn't really matter. I just wanted to show you guys another way.
Okay. You apply the spray glaze on top of the wet Miyo colors, correct?
Yep.
Okay. What was the thickness of the heavily characterized Miyo crown that you showed in the first video?
See, like even with all those colors, it really is not more than 0.1, 0.2 at the most. At the most is 0.2. But I usually get a thickness about 0.2 with structure added. So you could imagine it's around 0.1. And just to make sure, the video that you guys see in the webinars is very highly magnified. So the little brush that I was using is a really 000 stain brush. It looks like almost like a number 4 brush in the video. So it's very amplified. So yeah.
Okay. What is the best way to get a gray translucent look that some of the 3D shades require? We've tried using smoke, but it didn't seem like it was enough.
When you say it wasn't enough, does that mean the intensity of the translucent colors? It's not intense enough? Is that what you mean?
I'm not sure. We'll wait for an answer.
Okay.
It's not gray enough.
If it's not gray enough, I usually go with Storm, but Storm can be too blue. So I would try mixing Storm and Smoke together. That could be a happy middle.
Would a thicker application of Smoke help as well?
Thicker application will also help. But that thicker application, don't be afraid of the thickness of application. It's it's very, very minor.
Okay. There are 2 questions, James, that are very similar. One is asking what is the correct way to get structure material prepared on the tray prior to application. That's tied in with another question that's saying, my structure is so thick I can't stir it. Can I thin it? So I'm wondering if maybe you want to address what you're doing with the structure material.
Very important question. I would not thin the material. If you want to thin the material, then it is flexible in a sense where there are times that I've mixed glaze paste with the structure, but you start to lose control of the control of creating texture, the fine texture, and then now if you use glaze paste, you have to consider the glaze medium that's in the glaze paste. So there will be a little bit more shrinkage if you use glaze paste to dilute that. I try not to dilute it unless it's used on top of a already glazed crown. So let's say for just concentrating on this webinar, there's a glazed crown that I need to add contacts or I need to add a little bit of volume or something like that, then yes, you could use a glaze paste to dilute that so that you could float it a little bit easier. But really the advantage that you have with the structure, just the way it is, it's really the optimal way to use. But I hope that kind of answers a little bit, but the preparation of structure, I usually stay away from metal spatulas, first of all. you have to stay away from metal spatulas with any kind of ceramic material, because the metal spatula, you will get that metal particles into the material. Very fine, but it will get in there, and it will start to alter value a little bit. You might not notice it with the naked eye, but it absolutely does do that. So I would stay away from metal spatula, first of all. Either using a zirconia spatula or an agate, I would spread the structure very thin on the palette. So making sure that you don't see any bubbles or you don't see unmixed areas like the frosty white spots, you want to eliminate that and make that very, very flat. And if you're having a hard time picking it up, try, there's times when I use a spatula, a zirconia spatula to pick it up, but I adapt to the crown with the brush, okay? So I hope that answered and that helped. Maybe I could readdress this on the next webinar for you guys.
Yeah. I know you're planning on covering it. So there were those two separate questions. If you have any other questions that you want addressed, feel free to let me know. I just know personally when I sat down to build a crown, you have to mix the colors, the color paste, but these structures are a little bit different. And as James said, you kind of lay it out on your glass slab or your palette, and you kind of flatten it out, if you will, and then use the correct instrument to pick it up. James, as far as when you're mixing Miyo colors with structure, do you recommend using a liquid medium then or no?
No. Yeah, I just use straight Miyo colors with structure.
Okay.
That's a great question.
Yep. What would you do if you wanted to bump up the value of the finished crown a bit higher?
So after the crown is finished and we're now at a place where if we fire one more time, the glaze could be a little bit more overfired, right? So at this point, I would, just to be sure, I mean, you could use lumen right on top of it, but lumen, you don't want to add too much thickness after it's fired, right? So you could even mix a little bit of stained snow into lumen and slightly intensifying that opaque white, right? And without, and then just apply very thin instead of a certain amount of thickness to bump up the value. So I would do that personally. I would mix maybe 10% of stained snow with lumen and then apply it just like how I did with regular lumen.
I know you briefly addressed this in the last question about properly preparing the structure material on the tray, but I don't know if maybe somebody stepped away, because the question is, can glazed liquid be used to thin the structure material? So if you just maybe want to readdress that, please.
So, I mean, you can. I mean, you could do really whatever you want with Miyo. You can. It will be very interesting for you guys to have an experience with the glazed liquid or glazed liquid on the structure, but you have to really consider any kind of glaze, you know, paste or liquid. It's just the medium, and this is going to burn off. So if you mix into the structure, there might be a more of a shrinkage to whatever you add. So you have to consider that. But there is freedom to do whatever you want here. I've done that as well, and I thought that in my experience, I would really just stick with the way it is in the bottle.
Okay. How and where do you use the Miyo powder fissure?
Oh, Miyo powder, the fissure is, we made that in powder form and purposely because when we stain molars the pits, the fossa. We don't want that pit and the fossa to be glazed, right? We don't want that area to be shiny. We want it slightly matte. So we made a powder stain, which is one powder stain in the kit, just to use as these intense fossa areas. So I usually use it for the pits of the molars and not too much on the anteriors. Hope that answers the question. Is it like disconnected?
No, she's good. She's there.
One more question. I know you briefly touched on it earlier, but I think maybe we've got somebody who's starting to use structure a little bit more, or maybe is using it and struggling, and they've asked for you to explain how do you prepare a new bottle of structure material. So maybe high level, you just want to go over what you do?
So I forgot to mention about structure. One key thing about structure application, I know we don't want to mix glaze, we don't want to mix water with the glaze paste or glaze liquid, right? But with structure, I clean off my brush with the water. So it's much more easier for the structure to be manipulated when you use water as a cleaning tool. So the preparation for structure, I usually open it. There is a little bit of the liquid formed on the surface, on the very height of the structure. I usually mix the whole jar very thoroughly, and then I pick up a little chunk and then put it in my palette, spread them very thin, make sure I flatten them out, make sure I don't see any white spots or bubbles, because it doesn't help. And then I usually pick it up with a spatula and then using the water with brush, and I manipulate the structure into the restoration.
Okay. How long does the structure material last on your glass slab?
For days. There was, during the time when I was testing a lot of this stuff, I had the structure out in my palette with just a plastic cover so the dust doesn't get on. I just had it sitting in my bench for, I don't know, almost like 2-3 weeks, and it still felt the same after 2-3 weeks. So, yeah, it lasts a while.
Okay. I think that's it for questions on my end. Kevin, did you have any?
No, I think actually I saw the same ones you did this time, Ames, so I think we're good on this side.
Perfect. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then I guess we're done. So, again, in case you joined early, James is planning on doing another more in-depth presentation on the structure materials within the next several weeks. In the meantime, if you are beginning to play around with structure materials and even just the regular Miyo colors and you're having any questions or any struggles, please reach out to Jensen. Our technical team and our sales staff is well versed in the material, and we're happy to get you the help that you need. It's a little bit different than existing materials, so we understand that there might be a learning curve, especially with the structure materials. We want to make sure you have the tools to be successful. So please use the exclusive launch partner page that we have set up for you guys for some videos and also recordings of these, along with the in-depth instructions for use. Really rely heavily on your sales rep and also the technical team if you need us. And Kevin and James, anything else to add?
I would, Aim, I think you said at the beginning of the webinar, but we love your feedback. So we really encourage you to send us pictures, to send us any kind of details on, the case that you used Miyo on, because we're really collecting that information. You're the first group of people to receive Miyo on a commercial level, and that's exciting, but we really do want your feedback. So please communicate with us. You will not over-communicate, I promise. So I think that's it on my side, AIM. James?
So on the next webinar, I will really get into the structure application, how we treat the structure from opening the new bottle to the two techniques, and we'll go from there.
Great.
Great. All right. Thanks to everybody on the line. James, thank you for your time. Kevin, you too. And we'll be in touch soon. Have a great afternoon, guys. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Thank you, everyone.